Alright, mic testing, mic testing. Okay, perfect. Let me go to my main camera. Alright, we're live. And what are we going to be doing this live? Last live I went through object-oriented programming using Pygames as well. That was the same thing that I went the live before that. Let me just decrease my volume. Alright, this time I'm going to be doing the same thing but focusing more on game logic since the 100 days mark is coming closer. So let me go to my gameplay screen. Get Sensei here. Let's say Sensei, I'm live. Honestly, let me just grab my charger and charge my phone here. Alright, perfect. Alright, warriors, Vivek is in the arena and the dojo is on fire. Today we're diving into object-oriented programming in Pygame, the secret art that turns chaos into structure. Here's what we're going to be mastering: classes and object, instance variables, the basic object-oriented programming concepts. If you want to crush more challenges with Vivek, stick around, learn and push your limits. Every like, share, and sub fuels the Python warrior to keep going. Now, warriors, we begin with the first topic: classes and objects. Your first instructional question: create a class called player, attributes x and y and health, then make the object from that class called player1. Type it out. Okay, let's get Sensei there. And what's my previous code? Okay, there we go. I can use it here. Alright, let me get my phone here. And I'll start off by importing Pygames. Okay, let me start off by importing Pygame. So import Pygame. Honestly, should I import Pygame as py? Because that would make it easier to type, but I think I'll type the whole Pygame for now. Let me go ahead and import the sys module as well. And give me a sec, guys. Oh, guys, I just started all over, guys. Give me a sec. Oh, we're good, guys. We're good. I almost died 3 times starting. Okay, next time let me go ahead and initialize Pygame by typing pygame.init. That initializes Pygame. Then let me add an FPS, so I'll go with a clock variable. Actually, let me add a comment that says game variables. Okay, for my game variables, I'll go ahead and create a clock variable, set that equal to pygame.clock. Actually, pygame.time.clock. I'll add a comment that says this is my FPS controller. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add my display. So my display. Okay, for my display, I'll create a width and a height variable. I'll keep my width to be 800 and my height to be 600. Okay, then let me go ahead and create a screen variable. I'll set that equal to pygame.display.set_mode. I'll set my displays mode to be, change that to Pygame. My displays mode to be my width variable, which is 800, and my height variable, which is 600. Then let me add a caption. I'll go with pygame.display.set_caption. Okay, I'll keep my caption to something like OOP practice. Alright, and then next up, let me go ahead and let's see, what else did I need? Let's go ahead and create my player class, I guess. So I'll create a class called player. There we go. And let me define a dunder init constructor method. I'll add a few parameters: x-axis velocity and y-axis velocity. And guys, yeah, I am not making the same exact game that Sensei said me to make because I feel like I did level up a bit, so I can make something much better than that. Okay, let me create a few instance variables now. So I'll go with, and actually I'll give my YouTube here as well. Alright, perfect. Okay, let me go ahead and create a few instance variables. So self.x-axis velocity equals to x-axis velocity. Self.y-axis velocity equals to y-axis velocity. Then I might need a self.rect, which is going to be equal to, honestly, before I go with that, let me actually load a few images. So I'll go with load images, and my player underscore image will be equal to pygame.image.load, and I'll give my image path. So my image path is going to be game idle followed by 2 forward slashes, NPCs, 2 more forward slashes, and my player PNG. And since it's a PNG, I'll convert this to alpha. Okay, next up, let me go ahead and load my enemy underscore image. And I made this last stream as well. The reason I'm making this again is because I need some practice. Ever since my last stream, I didn't like work on any Python related stuff because I've been doing my college stuff and all that. Okay, so that aside, let me go with pygame.image.load. Let me give my enemy images game path. So that's going to be game image followed by 2 forward slashes, NPCs, 2 more forward slashes, and my boss PNG. I will convert this to alpha as well because this is a PNG. Okay, there we go. And now let me go ahead and add a instance variable for image. My self.image is going to be equal to my player underscore image. My self.rect, I'll create a rect that we're going to be moving around. This is going to be my self.image dot get underscore rect method or function. Okay, this is going to get the rect of my image. I will add a position as well. So it takes what position argument of quark. So top left of 100 by 300. Alright, perfect. Next up, let me go ahead and create a mask as well because I'm going to be using pixel perfect collision. So I'll go with self.mask equals to pygame.mask.from underscore surface. My surface is gonna be my self.image. Okay, that's basically all the instance variables that I need. I do need a jump strength variable as well, so I'll go with jump strength. There we go, strength. Okay, let me copy that. Go with a self.jump strength equals to jump strength. Alright, perfect. Okay, and then what is something else that I need? I need a gravity variable, so let me go ahead and create a gravity variable. I'll set my gravity to be 0.5. I'll need a collision variable as well. Collision is going to be equal to false. I will need a floor as well, but I won't be adding the floor here. Let's see, what all game variables do I need? I need clock, I need gravity, I need collision. I'll add any more if I remember any. I do need to scale my image as well, so I'll go with transform and scale. For transforming and scaling, I'll define a function. I'll define a scale function. So I'll go with define scale. And it's going to be having 2 parameters. The first parameter is going to be image. The second parameter is going to be a factor. My factor is going to be set to 0.1, which is basically 10%. Then I will return pygame.display.set. My bad, guys. Pygame.transform.scale. Okay, I want to transform my image. I want the size to be in a tuple. And I will typecast it to be an integer. Get my image dot get underscore width. I will get my image's width and then I will multiply that by my factor, which is 0.1. I'll add a comma and do the same thing with the height. So integer, my image dot get underscore height. I'll get the height of my image and I'll multiply that by my factor. Okay, this is basically it for transforming. Now I just got to reassign my player underscore image to be equal to invoke my scale function and add the surface as my player underscore image. I'll do the same thing for my enemy underscore image. So enemy underscore image is going to be equal to, I'll invoke my scale function, add the surface as my enemy underscore image. Okay, that basically does it for transforming. Okay, next up, I will need a move function. I mean a move method. Functions inside of a class is basically called methods. So let me go ahead and define a move method. My move method will have 1 parameter of keys. Okay, and then let's see. Let me go with if my pygame.key is right. Actually, my bad, guys. If my keys at index of pygame.key is right. If my right key is pressed, I will increase my self dot y-axis. Actually, self dot rect dot y-axis. I will increase that by my self dot y-axis velocity. And y-axis velocity self dot, oh, I wrote v here, my bad guys. Self dot y-axis velocity. And if my keys at index of pygame dot k is right, actually is left this time. If my left key is pressed, I will go with my self dot rect, this is my rectangle, dot x-axis, and I will decrease that by my self dot x-axis velocity. And this needs to be x-axis and x-axis, guys, my bad. Okay, and lastly, let me go ahead and add a if statement for jumps. So if my keys at index of pygame dot k is space, if my spacebar is clicked, and my self dot rect dot bottom, my player's bottom, is greater than or equal to, I need to create a floor variable now. So let me go ahead and add a floor, create a floor variable. I'll set that equal to pygame.rect. My floor is going to be a rectangle. The x-axis is going to be 0, y-axis is going to be, I don't know, like 300. Width is going to be, let's see, my game's width. Height is going to be, let's say 200. Okay. And my self.rect.bottom, my player's bottom, is less than or equal to my floor's y-axis. Okay. If that's the case, I'll increase my player underscore, actually self.y-axis. So my self.y-axis equals to my jump strength, self.jump strength, self.jump strength. Okay, perfect. Self.rect.y-axis, because I have a rectangle here. Alright, that's basically it for the move function. Let me go ahead and define a trap method. Guys, it's called method. Ignore me if I sometimes call this function. Let me go with trap. This is basically going to trap my player in the window. I won't need any parameters for this. I'll go with my self.rect.x-axis, my player's x-axis. I'll set that equal to max, which is going to be 0, min, which is going to be my self.rect.x-axis, comma, 800, my vertical window size, minus my self.rect.width. There we go. I could do this with the y-axis as well, but it's not necessary because my player won't be flying up in the sky. So I won't add that for now. Let me go ahead and define a apply gravity method as well. So apply gravity. Okay. So first up, to apply gravity, let's see. I gotta go with my apply gravity, if that made any sense. Let me go with my self.y-axis underscore velocity. I will increase that by my gravity variable, which is set to 0.5. And then my self.rect.y-axis, my player's y-axis, will increase by my self.y-axis velocity. Okay, that's basically it for applying gravity. Now I gotta add landing as well. Let me maybe add a comment here that says landing. Okay, because this basically is just going to keep my player going down, 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 if that made any sense. My player is going to go below the floor. Now, let me add an if statement. If my self.rect.bottom, if my player's bottom is greater than or equal to my floor.y-axis, if my player's bottom is greater than, higher than, or equal to my floor's y-axis, I will set my self.rect.bottom, my player's bottom, to be equal to my floor's y-axis. Alright, perfect. And then let me go ahead and go with self.y-axis velocity. I will reset that to 0. Okay, that's honestly it for my apply gravity. Let me go ahead and define another method called draw method. Guys, it's so fun defining methods and later in the main game loop just summoning those methods and the stuff just automatically works. Okay, for my draw method is going to be having a parameter of surface. So let me go with surface.blit. Usually we do screen.blit because our display is our screen, but here it's surface. Our surface will be our screen, so let me go with surface.blit, myself.image, and myself.rect. Alright, perfect. Honestly, this looks basically it for my player class. Let me go ahead and add a enemy class now. So I'll create another class called enemy. This is going to be my enemy class. For my enemy class, the same thing that I did with my player class, I'll define a dunder init constructor method. And I'll add a few parameters, x-axis velocity and y-axis velocity. Basically, I just need those two velocities. Now, let me go ahead and create a few instance variables. So self.x-axis velocity is going to be equal to my x-axis velocity. Self.y-axis velocity is going to be equal to my self.y-axis velocity. Did I spell my... Okay, it's just going to be equal to y-axis velocity. My bad, guys. Alright, and then let me go with a self.image. So my self.image is going to be equal to my enemy image, which I loaded up there. Then let's create a rect now. So self.rect is going to be equal to my self.image, my enemy image dot the get underscore rect function, and it's going to have a parameter of the top left. So this is going to be top left, which is going to be equal to a tuple of 500 by 300 this time. Okay, now since I'm going to be using collisions as well, let me go with a mask. So mask. The reason I'm going with a mask and not the collide rect is because I want to have pixel perfect collision. That feels much better. So for my mask, I'll go with pygame.mask.from underscore surface. The surface is gonna be my self.image. Okay, that's honestly basically it. Let's go ahead and let's automate. Let me define a automate method. My automate method is not gonna have any parameters. I'll just go with my self.rect, my enemy's rect dot x-axis, my enemy's x-axis. I'll increase that by my self.x-axis velocity, by my enemy's x-axis velocity. Since I automated my NPC will go outside the window size of my screen, so I'll define another method called trap. This is going to trap my NPC inside the screen. I will add a if statement. So if my self.rect.x-axis, if my enemy's x-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my self.rect.x-axis, my enemy's x-axis is greater than or equal to 800, my vertical window size, minus my self.rect.width. Excuse me, guys. If that happens, I will multiply my x-axis velocity, my enemy's x-axis velocity, by -1. So asterisk equals to -1. Alright, so do I have all the functions that I need? I want to add cool functions to my NPC as well. Honestly, instead of a bounce, let me go with loop NPC. Okay, I actually won't have this code. Let me go with a different one. If my NPC, actually not NPC, if my self.rect.x-axis, if my NPC's x-axis is, let's see, greater than or equal to -50, which means a little outside the screen, I will do something. My self.rect.x-axis, my enemy's x-axis is going to be equal to, let's go with 850, which is a bit outside of my screen if you guys see what loop I did here. Alright, okay, that honestly looks pretty good. Now let me go ahead and create a few objects. So my player 1, this is going to be an object for my player. I'll set that equal to my player class, add a pair of parentheses. Now fill in my parameters. So I need an x-axis velocity, I'll keep that to be 8 pixels. Y-axis velocity 8 pixels. Jump strength, I don't know, -11. Perfect. Now for my enemy class, so my enemy 1 is going to be equal to my enemy class, which is going to have two parameters of, I don't know, like 7 pixels per frame, 7 pixels per frame. It's velocity. Next up, let me go ahead and add a game loop. This is going to be my main game loop. For my game loop, I'll create a is_running boolean variable. I'll set that equal to true, and then add a while loop. So while is_running, while my program is running or while my running is set to true. Let me go ahead and add my player movement. So this is going to be, actually player details sounds much better. So this is going to be a player details. Okay, for my player details, let me go with a keys variable. I'll set that equal to pygame.key.get_pressed. Okay, this is basically going to be for my movement. So for my movement, I'll go with my player 1 object dot the move method. I'll add the keys parameter to it. Okay, and then let me go with my player 1 dot, let's apply gravity, and then player 1 dot, let's trap my player. Then player 1 dot, let's see, were those the only functions, guys? This is the actual fun part that I enjoy doing, just using straight up admin commands. Okay, let's see. Apply gravity, trap, move. Oh, those were literally the only functions. Okay, I guess. Let's go with my enemy details now. For my enemy details, I'll go ahead and go with my enemy object dot, let's say automate. I want to automate my enemy, and then enemy 1, my enemy object dot, what's it called, bounce or loop npc. Loop npc sounds like a word name. I'll just add a loop and change that to loop. So this is going to loop my npc. Did I have any other functions? Just automate. Okay, lastly, let me go with my graphics now. This is where I'm going to draw my npc. So I'll go with player 1 dot draw. The surface is going to be my screen, and enemy 1 dot draw. The surface will be my screen as well. Okay, I don't have a draw method here. Let me go ahead and define a draw method. So define draw. Okay, it is going to take a parameter of surface. Okay, so I'll go with surface dot split self dot image comma self dot rect. Okay, perfect. Image. Alright, next up, let me go ahead and add event loops. So event loop. For my event loop, I'll iterate over all my Pygame events. So for every event in my pygame.event.get, this basically gets all my Pygame events. I look for a specific type of event. If my events.type equals to pygame.all uppercase quit, I'll set my is_running boolean variable to be equal to false. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add my FPS. Honestly, I might create a FPS variable here as well. So under my game variables, I'll go with FPS, set that equal to 60. Okay, perfect. For my FPS, I'll go with clock, my clock variable dot tick, the tick function, and my FPS variable. This is going to be FPS. Okay, and then lastly, let me go ahead and add my pygame dot display dot flip. This is going to update my display. I could type pygame dot display dot update as well, Let me go with a ballgame.quit, and lastly a sys.exit. Okay, that's honestly kind of it. Let's run the command and check the. Alright, guys, I forgot to add a screen.blit. My bad. I mean, not screen.blit, screen.fill. I forgot to fill my screen. Okay, there we go. That should be good. So let me go with a screen.fill. I'll fill the screen with a nice, I don't know. Excuse me, guys. I don't know what color. 0, 0, 2, 30. Is that a blue color? I guess it is a blue color progress. Okay, so my player goes back and forth. The reason my player can probably go down right now, I can jump and everything, is probably because of my floor. Let's fix my. Let me go ahead and draw my floor. So under my graphics, I'll go with pygame.draw.rect. I want to draw a rectangle. Surface is going to be my screen. Color is going to be let me actually go to a new tab. Go with my RGB color picker. Now let's find precise colors here. I should save these colors up. They're like real handy. Okay, so my ground color is going to be 130 by 100 by 0. Okay, let me close. In a tuple, I'll add 130, 100, and 0. That's basically the color, and my attributes are going to be my floor's attributes. Okay, let me actually find one for the blue as well, because why not? I think that blue will be good. Okay, so let me go to my screen.fill. That's going to be 2. That's going to be 200. And that's going to be 255. Okay, perfect. Let me run the command. There's my floor. I want to get my floor a little lower. So, let's find my floor's rectangle. There. Let's get the height to be 100. Okay, maybe this should be 200. And that should be 400. Okay, that honestly looks better. Let me change that to 100. Okay, and 500. Oh, perfect. That looks pretty good. Let's go with 150. 400. 160. 200. Okay, honestly, yeah, that looks pretty good. Let me go with 350 or 380. Okay, 380 does look pretty good. It does not, guys. 390, guys. I'm real picky with stuff like this. Okay, let's just go with 400. That does look good. Okay, I did blit my NPC as well. So where's my NPC at? I automated my NPC's x-axis, but my x-axis velocity, I went with a screen.blit. Okay, my player goes here. There's a little thing messed up with my jump. That's gonna be most likely by gravity. Self.y-axis increases by my gravity. Okay, that part's correct. Okay, I'm pretty sure this should be y-axis velocity, right? So y-axis velocity. There we go. Okay, now for my enemy. I think I should change this to how it was before. So if my self.rect, or if by self.rect.x-axis, if my enemy's x-axis is less than or equals 0, or my self.rect.x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus my self. Honestly? Okay, wait, no mind. Okay, is greater than myself dot rect dot width. There we go. I will go with self dot y-axis x-axis underscore velocity equals to asterisk equals to -1. Alright, so now my NPC is going to be bouncing around, but I want him to leave the screen is greater than 0. If my self.rect is greater than 0, greater than or equal to 0, where is 0 at? Okay, it's there. So that's got to be something like -100. -100. I will copy that and then delete that. Self.rect.x-axis equals to 800. And maybe delete that. Bop. Equals to 800. Maybe keep the asterisk equals to -1. Oh, okay, let's go with minus. Delete that. There we go. Okay, that adds a pretty good loop. He does kind of teleport off, so maybe this should be 150. Okay, that honestly looks pretty good now. And I can jump over them. Bop. Bop. Okay. Guys, this is honestly kind of fun. Might just play this for a while. Okay, playing aside. Let me go here real quick. Check if I'm audible. Okay, perfect. Alright. Next up, let me actually add a collision logic. So to add a collision logic, although for my player, let me go with my max. Where's my max? So the trap, right? So I'll change that to -50. And instead of 800, let me go with 850. Now my player is going to be touching the back a bit more, the front a bit more as well. Okay, that looks pretty good, honestly. That looks good. Okay, so under my gravity, let me define, actually under my draw would make more sense. Let me go ahead and define another method called collision. Honestly, I need to add my collision in my actual game loop, so let's do that. Under my enemy details, let me go ahead and add a collision detection. For my collision detection, let's see what can I do. Since it's going to be pixel perfect collision, let me go ahead and create a variable called offset underscore x-axis, which is going to be equal to, or offset x is going to be equal to my enemy 1 dot rect dot x-axis, so my enemy 1's x-axis minus my player 1 dot rect dot x-axis. That's basically it for offset x. Now for offset underscore y-axis, I'll set that I'll set that equal to my enemy 1 dot rect dot y-axis minus my player 1 dot rect dot y-axis. And then let me go ahead and create a overlap variable. I'll set that equal to my player 1 dot mask. This is where I'm going to be using the mask. If my player 1 dot mask dot overlaps with my enemy 1 dot mask, okay, at this given offset of offset x, so offset underscore x-axis and offset underscore y-axis, then I will do something. Let me add an if statement. So if my overlap is set to true, or if this condition is true, And if not collision, and my collision is set to true as well, I will print boom, collided. This is going to be printing in my console. Okay, let me go with an else print. Honestly, let me just else my collision. It's going to be set to false. And here my collision is going to be set to true. Okay, perfect. Now if I run the command, every time we collide, it's going to print boom collided in the console. So says boom collided. Okay. Bup. Guys, it's honestly pretty fun. Alright, I guess no time to play right now. Okay, so what else do I need? What if I wanted to add different screens, win screen, lose screen, and all that? Let's try adding that as well. So for adding my win screen and lose screen, let me actually go here and add another comment that says game 1. For my game 1, I'll create, honestly, before game 1, let me create a score variable. Score. The score, which is going to be score, is going to be equal to 0. And then I actually need a font as well. So let me go with font equals to pygame.font function dot capitalize font function. I'll set my font to be none. This is going to be Pygame's basic font or the default font. The size to be, I don't know, 36. Okay, so let me actually name it to be more specific, score font. And maybe outside my game variable, this goes under my score category. That would look much neater. There we go. And next up, let me go with a game over. Maybe create a scored variable as well. So scored equals to false because I haven't scored yet. And for my game over, I'll create a variable called, let's see, game over equals to false because the game hasn't been over yet. Let's see, what else do I need? Game over font is going to be equal to pygame.font.capitalize font. My font type again is going to be none, Pygame's default font. The size is going to be 50 this time. Okay, that's okay. I thought that would be all that I need, but never mind. Let me go ahead and go with my game underscore over underscore screen. I'll set that equal to pygame.image.load. I'll load a image. And then I'll give a file path. My file path is going to be my game items followed by 2 forward slashes followed by screens followed by 2 more forward slashes and a loose screen. I will just convert this not to alpha because it's not a PNG. I mean, it does say that it's a PNG, but it's not a PNG. Okay. Next up, let me transform my image. So, or maybe I should shrink it a bit so I can read stuff. There we go. Okay, let me go with my game underscore over underscore screen variable. I'll reassign that to be equal to pygame.transform.scale. I will scale it to be the size of, I want to scale my game over screen. The size is going to be in a tuple, my width, comma, height. Okay, perfect. How long have you been coding for, bro, and what's your advice? Honestly, I've been coding for exactly 84 days. Before this, when I first started learning Python, I was an absolute beginner, and honestly, my only advice would be to, let's see, to actually practice as many questions as you can to get the hang of basics. I used to do like 50 questions per topic and everything. I do have a list of it in my Discord server. Trying to open that up real quick. Okay, my Discord is giving some bugs. Alright, there we go. A quick shameless plug as well, guys. If you guys didn't join the Discord, you guys should join the Discord. Okay, so in my moderator only, this is the list that I followed. For regular Python, I started with print statements and went all the way up till till reading files. After that, I started Pi games, and these were my Pi game topics. And later, after my 100 series, I am planning to actually learn data science. That's like a spoiler alert. And yeah, my roadmap is here. I'll show this later. Yo, how you doing, Emon? I appreciate you joining the stream. And guys, I apologize if I can't pronounce you guys' names. I'm horrible at pronouncing. New live stream, let's go. Wow, this is an insane level for 84 days, right? Honestly, I don't know, because I've been spending most of my time either eating, sleeping, or studying Python. But I recently have been getting my college stuff and everything, so my work efficiency is decreasing a little bit. The only time I could actually study is while I'm streaming now. Do you have to pay for that info? Honestly, no, it's just ChatGPT/Sensei. I just said ChatGPT to like give me the roadmap and everything, and also watched a few YouTube videos. So I made a list of those. If you want, you can like join the Discord, ping me there, mention me there, and I can DM you the list of everything that I learned, or that specific list. This might look a little complicating, but trust me, it's really easy. It's actually pretty easy, the object-oriented programming and Pi games. Okay, my memory was a little bad. Where did I stop? Okay, there we go. Perfect. Let me go ahead and add a game one screen as well. So, game one. Okay, for my game one. By the way, Viv, the Discord link in your live bio isn't working. If you can't update it, please. Oh, is it not working? Many people actually say me it doesn't work. I literally give the link like fresh off my Discord, if that made any sense. Alright, give me a sec. Let me copy it. Da-da-da. Okay, perfect. Let me paste it here. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's the link. Alright, so for my game one screen, let's go with game one underscore screen. I'll set that equal to pygame.image.load. I'll load an image. I'll give my file path, so my game items followed by 2 forward slashes followed by my screens, 2 more forward slashes, this time my windscreen, and I will convert this to alpha. I will just convert this not to alpha because it's not a PNG. Then let me transform it. So I'll go with my game underscore one underscore screen. So this is, I'll reassign my game screen image to be pygame.transform.scale. I want to scale my game one image or my game one screen. The size is going to be again my display's width and my height. Alright, perfect. Okay, after that, let me go with a game underscore one variable. I'll set that equal to true. Maybe lowercase it, so game underscore one equals to true. And lastly, a game underscore one underscore font. Okay, I'll keep the same details as my font here. So pygame.font.capitalize font. The font is going to be default Python font, so I'll add number, and size is going to be 50. Okay, perfect. And now in my game loop, how many hours a day though? These 84 days, bro. Love the content. Honestly, I wouldn't know hours because recently I've been like studying Python for like about 5 hours a day for the past week. But before the past week, I've been studying Python like for maybe 10 hours a day, like when I wake up until I sleep. I used to wake up at around, I don't know, like 10 o'clock. I sleep for so long, guys. And then I sleep back. I used to sleep back at 1 o'clock, so like from 10 to 1. That was like before I even started streaming. Like I started streaming like from day 60 or something. Before that, I was just doing AFK grinding. Not AFK, off-screen grinds. Okay, so in my game loop, after my while running, let me go with an if statement. If game one. So if I want my game, I will go with a screen.blit my game one screen. There we go. At the given position of 0 and 0. Okay, let's go with else if, or is it an else? Wow, that's great. How you keep motivated and what you keep working on. Honestly, I don't think this is actually that insane, and I think the thing that's motivating me is, I don't know, my 100 series, and the thing to work on is your basics firstly, Like I can like DM you the list of the stuff that I was actually learning. Like every topic there, you can like at least do 50 questions in it. And like I started by doing 5 questions, like broken codes for warm-ups, and then 45 instructional based questions for every topic. Then eventually it like clicks, and you can like do it on instinct. It's really a passion, to be honest. What's the end goal, man? Honestly, my end goal is most likely to be an AI engineer. So after this, I am most likely going to be learning NumPy, Pandas, and then data science and all that stuff. Yeah, could I DM you, bro? What's your Instagram? I have my Instagram's link on my description as well. Like, let me just copy that. Uh, it's just in my description. Yeah, I'm a little too distinct to copy it. Okay, wait, now there you go. Okay, perfect. How old are you? I'm 17 years old. Okay, I don't know if that link's going to work. Most likely it would. Okay, so if game 1, I want to split this screen. Let's go with an else if. Else if game underscore over is set to true. I want to go with screen.blit. Let's split my game over screen. Okay, there we go. Now I gotta add a few conditions for these things to get met. Screen.blit at the desk of 0 and 0. Love it, bro. Drop you a message. Keep it up, man. Honestly, I'll check the message after the stream, and I appreciate you so much, guys, for joining the stream. Alright, so let's go with my collision logic. So in my collision logic, if I collide, I wouldn't have to add this. Let's go with if overlap, if not collision. If I collided, print boom collided. Collision set to true. Let me go with like my scored. What was that variable called? Guys, memory is real bad. Okay, it's called game over equals to. Let me change this to false. Okay, so game over is going to be set to true. There we go. So game underscore over equals to true. Okay. Else collision is going to be equal to false. And my game underscore over. Honestly, my score variable will increase by 1. I might just add a separate logic for that. Let me go ahead and add a score logic. Okay, for my score logic, let's see. Let me go with if my player 1 dot rect dot bottom, if my player's bottom is less than or equal to my enemy 1 dot rect dot top. Okay, if my player's bottom is less than or equal to my enemy's top, maybe let me go with a scored variable as well. I do have a scored variable. So if not scored, if my scored is set to true, and if my player rect bottom is less than or equal to my enemy one's rect top, and I needed one more condition. And if my player 1 dot rect dot center x is greater than my enemy 1 dot rect dot center x. Okay, score loss equals to 1 and scored equals to true, right? Scored equals to true. Else, if my player 1 dot bottom is greater than player 1 dot rect dot bottom dot rect dot bottom is greater than or equal to my enemy 1 dot rect dot bottom, I'll set my scored to be equal to false. Okay, that should work. Damn, you're 17. Good job finding what you love and passionate with this young age. Honestly, I appreciate you so much, Ibn. I started a bit late because I used to play games a lot. Honestly, yeah, I've been like addicted to games as well. That's the reason I even started streaming to like not get distracted. It did help me a little. Okay, let's see. I mean, I do feel like playing games is a bit important to actually understand how to make games, because for my 100 series, I was planning to make a game. Okay, now let's add a win and lose logic. So I went to my game 1 variable, a game over variable. If my score is greater than or equal to, let's see, 10. If my score is greater than or equal to 10, the game 1 equals to true. Then I'll go with a screen.blit game win screen. Excuse me, guys. Else if my else if collision. Okay, else if my collision or not collision, if my collision is set to true, I'll go with game underscore lost equals to true, and I'll blit that. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now, under my graphics, let's draw my scores. So I'll go with my score underscore text. So score underscore text equals to my score font dot render function. This is going to render my score on my screen. And then I gotta add a text. My text is going to be something like score and my score variable, and then my analysis, if that's how I pronounce it, is going to be set to true, and lastly my color is going to be, I don't know, black. Okay, perfect. Let's do the same thing with my win and lose screen text. So win underscore text equals to win text dot render. This will render my win text. Honestly, let's see the score one first. If I run the command, I have a score. Did I add a position? Oh, I forgot to blit it. My bad, guys. Okay, let me go ahead and blit. I'll go with a screen.blit. Screen.blit. I want to blit my score underscore text. Score underscore text. And let's see. At the given position of 10, 10. Just get that down. Maybe drink some coffee. There we go, there's my score. Okay, what if I jump? Whenever I jump over my NPC, it says I got 1 score. The item I most likely didn't jump. Is it just like one time? Okay, I might have to fix something up here. Okay, my score logic. Score plus equals to 1 is greater than or equal to my enemy rec stop. Scored false. Honestly, what if I were to delete that? I'm pretty sure I need that though. Okay, that gives me a lot of score. Let's go with Control Z. If my player dot rect dot bottom, what if I don't have my else? Maybe just score equals to false. Now if I run the command. Okay, that does give me a lot of score per jump. What if that's less than? But that would be the same as that. Maybe just greater than. Up. Okay, actually, I don't think I need an if statement here. Maybe I just need a plain if statement. Greater than or equal to. Now let's see. 1. Okay, I collided there. Honestly, might just check a reference real quick. Has scored. Oh, it's floor. It's my floor's y-axis. Not my enemies. So, my floor dot y-axis. There we go. Okay, that's a score 1. Okay, guys, my bad. It was my score's y-axis. Alright, so honestly, let me change this, or let's just play it for a bit and get 10 points, like 10 scores to check uh if my game win screen logic works. There we go. 5, 6, 7. I should increase the enemy speed too. 8, 9, and 10. Okay, it didn't blit. Uh, Honestly, yeah, I don't have much practice actually blitting it on the screen. I learned this topic yesterday, like at the ending of the stream when I was a bit exhausted, so might have to ask Sensei for some help with this part. Okay, let's go with the Control A, Control C. Get Sensei here. Okay, paste it at a bunch of spaces and say Sensei dot dot dot. So I made this. So I wrote a code dot dot dot, and I forgot how to add a win slash lose screen. I want to add the win screen once the player hits 10 score and lose screen when the player collides with the enemy. Guys, I'm actually improving in like typing as well. These are way less typos. Vivek, alright, listen closely. Your code is a solid start, but you're messing up the win slash lose screen logic. I see it screaming at me. Look here. If score is greater than or equal to 10, game 1 true, screen.blit, else if not collision, game underscore lost, true, screen.blit, this messed up. This is messed up. First, you fill the screen after this block, so your win slash lose screens are immediately covered. Screen.fill to 200 to 55, meaning the player never actually sees them. Second, your lose condition is wrong. You're checking else if not collision and calling game underscore lost equals to. That literally triggers when player hasn't collided. That's the exact opposite of what you want. Here's the fixed logic sensei style. Draw the background and screen first, or handle win slash lose before drawing normal gameplay. Okay, check for collision. If true, draw lose. If true, draw lose screen and skip gameplay updates. Check for score, which is less than or equal to 10. If true, draw win screen and skip gameplay updates. Only if neither win or lose, continue normal gameplay. I see. Lol, I like the ChatGPT custom answer, way more motivation. Honestly, yeah. Hey man, this me bro. How you doing? Hari, I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, Vivek, fix it like this. Game loop is running equals true while running. We add our collision detection. There we go. Okay, after our collision detection, win slash lose screen logic. If score is greater than or equal to 10, screen.blit. Okay. Else if. Oh. Okay, yeah, it did recall. Okay, I just recalled everything I did. That was kind of stupid of me, honestly. Okay. So, let me go with an else. Else, I'll screen.blit all these. Graphics, event loop, clock.tick. Okay. Let me run the command. And actually, before I run the command, actually, let's try colliding first. Okay, I needed to add the display update as well. There. Huh. Alright, let's see this part. While is running, if score. Okay, maybe I'll go with the Control Z. Remove the else. Copy that. Delete that. Scroll a bit down under my collision logic. I'll add a comment that says win slash lose logic. Okay, now let me paste this. Okay. Let's go with an else. Else do these. There. Okay, now if I run the command. Let's see. So I have my event loops here. Draw everything. Screen.fill, normal gameplay. Oh. Okay, so let's see. My collision logic comes under that, so this should most likely be above them. Okay, let's remove that. Go above my, should it be on top of my screen.fill? Okay. The screen is kind of glitched there. Alright, so let's try it here then. Let me paste it here. Else. Okay, I think I know where I messed up with my else last time. There. Why does it end real quick? Like, really quick. While is running. Maybe I go with these details. Copy that. Actually go with Control Z. My player details and enemy details should be down. Okay, so first I add my collision logic. Okay, so collision logic goes first. Okay, so that's my collision logic. Copy that. That goes after my keys. There we go. So maybe I paste my collision logic here. And then go with keys dot copy that. Get that here. Okay, and after my collision logic, this and that. Does that make a difference? Okay. Let me just go with a bunch of Control Z's. Okay, actually, let me just Control C. I mean, Control A, Control C. Get Sensei here. Paste it. I have a bunch of spaces. Sensei, I feel like I didn't understand question mark. Sadly, I can't live stream study today. I'm tired after 9 hours of full-time job with 3-hour bus. It's always kind of insane. Yo, how do we see the roadmap you folded again, bro? He has it on a private channel. Cheers, bro. Have you done all this from memory? Honestly, yeah. I wouldn't even say it's like a muscle memory at this point. Although for the roadmap, after I'm done streaming, you guys can like DM me or like ping me in the general chat, and I can DM you guys the roadmap for like where to start from the basics all the way till the end. I didn't learn anything. I didn't learn the PYQT5, but everything before that, I would recommend you guys learn it before starting Pi games. Vivek, okay, hold up. I can see why you're confused. Your win/lose logic is still messed up and you're doing something that's going to crash your game immediately. Pay attention. This is sensei level roast time. First, look at this. Okay, if score is greater than or equal to 10, game_1 equals to true, screen.blit, else if not collision, game.lost equals true, screen.blit, Problem 1. Else if not collision, that triggers the lose screen when you haven't collided exactly the opposite. I see. Problem 2. Screen.fill. Inside else meaning you win/lose. The screens may get overwritten or never show because of the draw order. Problem 3. Pygame.quit and sys.exit are inside the while loop. That means After one iteration, your game will close no matter what. Okay. What are you doing, Vivek? Here's the corrected approach. Listen closely. Detect collision first. Detect win first. If either happens, draw the win/lose screen and skip gameplay updates. Only if neither happens, update the player/enemy normally. Call pygame.quit and sys.exit after the while loop, not inside it. Okay, this is how it should look like structurally. So we have our game loop. We added our keys equals to pygame.key.getPressed. We added our collision detection. So and then our win/lose logic. Okay. Else if game over, else normal gameplay updates. Screen.fill. Okay. Player.move, enemy.move. Score logic. Okay. Draw everything. Okay. Event loop. Clock.tick. See the difference now? Win/lose screen shows properly. Gameplay stops when someone wins or collides. That the game doesn't quit immediately, only when the window is closed. Okay, honestly, I feel like I see. Have you done all this today from memory? Honestly, yeah. I like created that like after starting the stream. It didn't take me that long, honestly. Let's see how long it took. Oh, it took an hour. Never mind. I might actually make this again because I like keep making or like writing these codes for some muscle memory. That aside, after I get this fixed, I'll delete this code and I'll go through it again. Okay, let's see. So after my while loop, I go with a keys. Keys equals to pygame dot key dot get underscore pressed. Okay. Then I go with my collision logic. So that's my collision logic. Okay, let me copy that, delete that. Oh, go here, paste it. Alright, perfect. That's my collision logic. And now this is my win/lose logic. Okay, for my win/lose logic, I do this. The else if screen.fill. Okay. Enemy details, core logic. Okay, graphics. And this should go outside my loop. Okay. There we go. Now if I run the command. The quit is outside the loop. Maybe they go inside the loop. Let's actually copy Sunsei's one, go with Control A, paste it, and check if this actually works. Oh my gosh, go with Control Z. I just forgot that's just this part. There. Think it should be good from here. Okay, so game loop. There. Now if I run the command. Okay, this does. Okay. I'm messing up somewhere. Let's see. Keys are my collision logic. Win/lose. Okay. Else if game over. Okay, when I was doing my game over, let me go with the Control Z. Actually, I didn't want to check one last thing. Those are outside. Alright. Let me delete that. De-indented. Oh, okay, that's where I was messing up. Else if game lost. There we go. Game lost equals true. Is it like game lost? Okay, else if game over. Screen.let. Was my variable name called game over? Okay, it was called game over. Let me change that to game over. Okay. Screen.let. Now if I run the command. Boom, collided. It just freezes the game. So it says screen.let else. Let me do that. Can we see the game? Good night with K tomorrow. Alright, I appreciate you, E-Moon. Yeah, I appreciate you for joining the stream. I'll catch you in the next stream. And guys, sometimes I just pause in middle because I can't talk. Can we see the game? Did you do Replets 100 days? Honestly, I've never heard of Replets. I've just been learning like Python. Is Replets like a library or something? Okay, so else I go with screen.fill. Okay. Then I go with my... Oh, I might have two keys here. Okay. Enemy, and then score logic. Okay, honestly, everything feels kind of correct. What freezes it? I bet it's like a silly mistake. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's a silly mistake. So if my score is greater than or equal to 10, oh, there. Okay, screen.blitz, game 1 screen at the desk position of 0, 0. Okay, else if game over, screen.blitz, my game over screen. Okay, I bet the 0, 0 wouldn't make a big difference. I knew it. Where am I messing up? Else if game over. Okay, actually let's go with the control. Control C, let's get Sensei here. Guys, this part was kind of complicating for me yesterday as well. Let's say I feel like I messed up again, exclamation. Like a way to learn code, no worries bro, love this stream. Honestly, the way to learn the code, honestly, I feel like I learned in the most randomest way. Vivek, Sensei is seeing what you did, and I'm not happy, but you're getting closer. Pay attention, this is important. The mistake is right here again. Okay, let's see this carefully. If score is greater than or equal to 10, I blit my screen, else if my game over, I blit my screen. Problem 1. You blit the win/lose screen, but then you still don't skip the rest of the loop. Okay, right now after blitting game 1 screen, okay, right there, the loop continues. Okay, but doesn't block gameplay. Okay, updates properly. Your player and enemy could still move, or the screen could flicker because the draw isn't controlled. Problem 2, your score logic is inside the else block. So if the player somehow overlaps the screen or hits the win condition, score may not update correctly before showing the win. Problem 3, you still have pygame.display.flip inside the else, meaning the flip won't happen if the player has won. So the circle screen might not render at all. Here's how to fix. Listen closely, handle input updates only if the game is over, not won. Okay, always blit win/lose when the game ends. No conditions prevent drawing it. Always call pygame.display.flip once per loop. Is running collision logic. Then win/lose. Game 1 equals to true. Okay, screen.blitz. Score game 1 equals true, and if game... Oh, okay, so if my score is greater than or equal to 10, my game 1 equals to true, and if my game 1 is set to true, I blit this in my screen, else if game over, blit that. Game over, set to true if I collide. Oh, I see. Okay. And my clock.tick is outside my for loop. My pygame.display.flip is outside my for loop as well. But it's inside the while loop. Okay, I see. Okay, I feel I get it. Game over is set to true. Then let me go ahead and add a game 1, which is going to be set to true. And if game1 is set to true, if my game1 is set to true, I'll blit that. Else, if my game over is set to true, which is going to be set to true, if that happens, I'll blit that. Else, green dot blit. Let me just score logic. Okay. Down here, they go outside my for loop, so they are outside my for loop. Okay. Huh. I'm pretty sure I'm doing almost everything right. Might have to lubricate my lips and be a little hydrated to think again. Okay, there we go. Right. Else. Okay, handle input / updates only if the game is over and not won. Always blit win and lose when game ends. No conditions prevent drawing it. Okay, always call pygame.display.flip once per loop outside the if / else mess. Outside, right? So that's where my if starts, my else if. Oh. Okay, I think I see. Let's go with shift tab. That should fix it. There we go. What if I get 10 score now? Up. Guys, I'm kind of real bad at this thing. Might just lose before. Okay, actually this is pretty easy. Okay. Just a 4 more score. There we go. One more. There we go. Alright. Okay, I see. So basically my event loops needs to be outside my else. So that's what was messed. That is the thing that was actually messing it up. Alright, now that I understand that, let's go with Control A and write that whole code again. Before that, let me go ahead and drink some water because I'm kind of dehydrated. Alright, perfect. So let me start off by importing Pygame. And then let me import the sys as well. I honestly don't know much about the sys module. All I know is that once we do sys.exit, it closes Python as well because pygame.quit just shuts Pygame down. Python is still running. So, okay, next up, let me initialize Pygame by going with pygame.init. Okay, that initializes Pygame. There we go. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add my game variables. Okay, for my game variables, I'll go with a clock variable for my FPS controller. I'll set that equal to pygame.time.capitalize clock. Excuse me, guys. And then let me add a comment that says FPS controller. And then let me add a variable for my collision. I'll eventually need this, so I might as well add it right now. Collision is false because I haven't collided yet. Let me add gravity, which is going to be set to 0.5. And a FPS, which is going to be set to 60. Honestly, I can't think of anything else, so let me go ahead and load my images. To load my images, let's see, I'll go with my player underscore image. Honestly, I might go with my other images as well. Like, I have projectiles as well, like enemy projectile, might go with enemy projectile and player actually, that does sound like a pretty good idea. Okay, so let me go with player image. I'll set that equal to pygame.image.load. Let's give my image path. So game items followed by 2 forward slashes followed by NPC followed by my player PNG. I will convert this to alpha because it is a PNG. There we go. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add my let's see, fire projectile image. That seems like a real big name. Okay, that's going to be set to pygame.image.load. Okay, let's load. Let me give my image path. So it's going to be game items followed by 2 forward slashes, my projectiles, 2 more forward slashes, enemy projectile. I will convert this to alpha since it's a PNG. Okay, perfect. And now let me go ahead and create a floor. So I'll create a floor variable. Floor is basically going to be where my player stands. That's going to be set to pygame.rect. I'll need to give my x-axis, y-axis, width and height. My x-axis is going to be, I don't know, like 0, y-axis something like 400. Width is going to be my game's width, my width variable. Height is going to be 300. Okay. Alright, so let me go ahead and add my display as well. So I'll type display. For my display, I'll create a width, comma, height. I'll create 2 variables. My width is going to be set to 800. Height is going to be set to 600. Then let me go ahead and create a screen variable. I'll set that equal to pygame.display.set_mode. My mode is going to be set to be a tuple. The tuple is going to be width, comma, height. Okay, perfect. Let me check if I'm audible. Okay, perfect. Alright, so let me actually add a caption as well. I'll go with pygame.display.set_caption. My caption is going to be set to something like, this should be lowercase. So I'll go with pygame.display.set_caption. Let me keep it as something like dodge the balls. Okay. Then I load my images, go with the floor. Okay, now let's create classes. So I'll create a player class and then define a honestly I wanna use multiple inheritance as well, or like inheritance in general. So I'll go ahead and create a move class. This is going to be my parent class. Okay, I'll define a dunder init constructor. There we go. Dunder init. Define dunder init a constructor. There we go. Okay, will I add parameters to it? I'll add a bunch of parameters like x-axis, y-axis. I wouldn't add width and height. Go with x-axis velocity, y-axis velocity, and like honestly those are it. Let me create a few instance variables. So self.x-axis equals to x-axis, self.y-axis equals to y-axis, self.x-axis velocity equals to x-axis velocity, self.y-axis velocity equals to y-axis velocity. Alright, perfect. Next up, let me go ahead and define a move method. So define move. Okay, my move method won't have any parameters. Honestly, I feel like I wouldn't need a move method for this because my player is going to be moving through keys. So I'll just go with a player class. Yeah, that was such a waste of time. I'll define a dunder init constructor. The parameters are going to be x velocity, y velocity, and jump strength. Okay, perfect. Now let's add a few instance variables. Self.x velocity equals to x velocity. Self.y velocity equals to y velocity. Let me copy that to avoid any typos. Paste that equals to that. Alright. And then let me go ahead and actually create masks as well. So I'll go with self.rect. I'll create rect, which is going to be equal to my player underscore image dot get rect. The position is going to be top left, which is going to be equal to a tuple of, I don't know, something like 100 by 300. Okay, and I will transform and scale my images as well. So I'll go with transform and scale. For transforming and scaling, I'll define a function called scale. I'll define a scale function which is going to be having 2 parameters, image and factor. Factor is basically the size. So I'll set it to be 0.1, which is 10%. Then let me go ahead and return pygame dot transform, actually lowercase transform dot scale. I want to scale my image. The size is going to be in a tuple. I'll go with an integer, my image dot get underscore width. I'll get the width of my image and then I'll multiply that by my factor, which is 0.1. I'll do the same thing for my height as well. So integer image dot get underscore height, and I'll multiply that by my factor as well. Okay, perfect. Now let me go ahead and reassign my player underscore image to be equal to invoke my scale function. The surface is going to be my player underscore image. I'll do the same for my projectile. So my fireball projectile underscore image should be image. There. I'll set that equal to invoke my scale function. Surface is going to be my fireball projectile image. Alright, perfect. Okay. Let me go with self.rect. Actually, self.image is going to be equal to my player image. And instead of typing this here, I can go with self.image. Alright, perfect. Okay, now let me go ahead and create a mask, self.mask. Since I am going to be using pixel perfect collision, masks are only useful for pixel perfect collisions. My self.mask is going to be equal to pygame.mask.from underscore surface. My surface will be my self.image, which basically means my player image. Okay, now let me go ahead and define, I forgot to define a jump string. No, I did. Okay, let me define a move method. It will have a parameter of keys. So let me go with if my keys at index of pygame.k is right. If my right key is pressed, I will increase my self.rect, my player's x-axis, by self.x-axis velocity. Okay, and if my keys at index of pygame.k is left, if my left key is pressed, I will decrease my self.rect. Self.rect is basically my player. Okay, self.rect.x-axis by my self.x-axis velocity. Okay, and lastly, I'll go with if my keys at index of pygame.k is space. If my space bar is pressed and my self.rect.bottom, my player's bottom, is greater than or equal to my floor.y-axis, I will set my self.y-axis underscore velocity, my player's y-axis velocity, to be equal to my jump string. Self.jump string. Okay, perfect. This basically lets my player move, but what if I wanted to trap my player? I'll define a trap function. I mean a method. Functions inside of a class are called methods. Okay, for my trap method, I'll go with my self.rect.x-axis. I'll set that equal to max. The max is going to be 0. The min is going to be, let's see, my self.rect.x-axis, comma, 800, my vertical window size, minus my self.rect.width, my player's width. I could do this with y-axis as well, but my player is not going to be flying in the sky, so I won't do it with the y-axis. Now let me define another method called apply underscore gravity. Okay, so I'll apply gravity here. To apply gravity, let me go with my self.y-axis underscore velocity. I'll set that equal to, actually I'll increase that by my gravity. There we go. Okay, which gravity did I knew it, guys, that I imported something. Okay. Oh, because this is capitalized. There we go. So gravity. And then I will go with my self.rect.y-axis. I will increase my player's y-axis by my self.y-axis velocity. Okay, now let's focus on the landing. So let me add a comment that says landing. Okay, if my player, if my self.rect.x-axis, actually bottom, if my player's bottom is greater than or equal to my floor dot y-axis, I will set my self dot rect dot bottom, my player's bottom, to be equal to my floor dot y-axis. And then I will go with self dot y-axis velocity. I will reset that to 0. So basically, what does this part mean? If my player's bottom, for example, this is my player's bottom, if it's greater than or equal to my floor, it's going to be equal to my floor. If I didn't have my landing, my player would be falling down to like endlessly. Guys, I cannot phrase. Alright. Now with that out of the way, let me go ahead and define a draw method. For my draw method, I will have a parameter of surface. Then I'll go with surface.blit. Let's see, self.image, my player's image, and self.rect. Self.rect is the position of the image. That's honestly basically it for my player class. Okay, now let me go ahead and create a class for my, I don't know, fireball or projectile. Perfect. Okay, for my projectile, I will define a dunder init constructor method again. The two parameters that it's going to have is an x-axis velocity. Honestly, it just has an x-axis velocity. I don't even use my y-axis, so. Okay, let's go with the y-axis. I might add a tiny change to the game this time. Okay, and then let me create a few instance variables. So self.x-axis velocity equals to x-axis velocity. Self.y-axis velocity equals to y-axis velocity. Let's see, image equals to my fireball projectile image, and self.rect, let's create a rect which is going to be equal to my self.image dot get underscore rect. Position is going to be top left, a quarg which is going to be set to 500 by 300. Okay, honestly, I might just change the name to fire ball projectile. Okay, perfect. Honestly, I think projectile is good itself. Okay. Hey bro, how are you doing, Ayan? I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, next up, let me go ahead and add a mask. So self.mask equals to self dot actually pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface. The surface is gonna be my self dot image. Okay, perfect. I have a questions. What question, Ayan? I'll do my best to answer it, guys. I feel like I'm kind of stupid to answer questions though. Okay, so I added x-axis velocity, y-axis velocity, image, rect class. Perfect. Next up, let me go ahead and define a automate method. To automate my NPC, Bhai, do you understand Hindi? It will be easy for me. Honestly, I understand Hindi a little, but I'm not as fluent in it. Although I could use Google Translate to translate it off. So you can send me a message in Hindi and I can translate it. Because I should honestly learn more languages. I don't have enough time, guys. Okay, so to automate my NPC, I'll go with self.rect.x-axis. I will increase that by my self.x-axis velocity. Okay, the change that I was talking about, I'll go with a self.rect.y-axis as well. I will increase that by my self.rect.y-axis velocity. Now, actually self.y-axis velocity. Okay, this is basically going to be, my screen is going to be bouncing all over the screen. So I'll need a bounce method as well. For my bounce method, I'll go with an if statement. If my self.rect.x-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my self.rect.x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus my self.rect.width. I will multiply my self dot x-axis velocity by asterisk equals to -1. Okay, perfect. I'll do the same thing with the y-axis, just change the x's to y's and widths to heights. If my self dot rect dot y-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my self dot rect dot y-axis is greater than or equal to 600, this time my horizontal window size minus my self dot rect dot height, I will do the same thing. Self dot rect dot y-axis velocity, this time I'll multiply that by -1. Not rect, guys, my bad. Okay, there we go. Multiplied by -1. You live aboard? Yeah, honestly, I'm currently in the United States. Okay, so basically that does it for my bounce method. Let me go ahead and define another method for draw. Okay, for my draw method, I'll go with my draw method is going to be having a parameter of surface to it. Let me go with surface.blit, my self.image, which is going to be my player's image, and self.rect, which is going to be my player's position. Okay, honestly, I feel that's basically it. Okay, now let me go ahead and add my game loop. For my game loop, I will create a is_running boolean variable. I'll set that equal to true and add a while loop. So while is_running, while my program is running or while my is running is set to true, I will add my keys. So keys equals to pygame.key.get_pressed. This checks if any of my keys is getting pressed. Okay, and then I remember I gotta add my collision logic first. So collision detection. For my collision detection, let me go ahead and add a offset_x variable. The reason I'm using offsets and not closest x and closest y, when we use closest x and closest y variable is when we want a circle to collide with a rectangle. We use offsets when we're trying to get pixel perfect collision. So my offset x is going to be my... Okay, I should actually create a few objects as well. Let me create my player 1, which is going to be equal to my player class. The parameters are going to be x-axis velocity, y-axis velocity, and jump strength. Okay, and one for my enemy class. So enemy 1, actually projectile class, which is going to be equal to my projectile, x-axis, y-axis. I'll keep it like 9 pixels per frame. Okay, offset x is going to be my enemy 1 dot let's see. Okay, it should be projectile. So my projectile dot rect dot x-axis minus my player dot rect dot x-axis player 1 dot rect. Okay, and for my offset y, so offset_y, that's going to be equal to my projectile dot rect dot y-axis minus my player 1 dot rect dot y-axis. Okay, perfect. Projectile player 1 dot rect dot y-axis. Alright, and then I would need a overlap variable. This is where we're going to be using our masks. So my player 1 object dot mask dot collide dot overlap. My bad, guys. Okay, so if my player 1's mask overlaps with my enemy 1's masks, so enemy 1 dot mask. My bad, guys, it's projectile. Okay, projectile dot mask at the given offset of offset_x-axis and offset_y-axis. Offset_y-axis. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's basically it for my 3 variables. I will go with a if overlap. If my overlap is set to true, and if not, collision. If my collision is set to true again, I will print boom collided. And set my collision to be equal to true, else collision to be equal to false. Okay, perfect. After that, I will have to go with more game variables. So let's add those variables. Under my floor, Let's see. Let me go with game1. So for my game1 variable, I'll create a variable called game_1. I'll set that to false because I haven't won a game yet. And let's go with my game1 font, which is going to be equal to pygame.font.capitalized font. Okay, I want my font to be none, so this is going to be Pygame's default font and size to be 50. I don't know. Okay, and then let's see. Let me go with a game1 screen. Okay, honestly, I think UI would sound better. Guys, I like using fancy words. How you doing, bro? I'm doing good. How you doing? What's up, baby? I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, so game UI, that's gonna be my pygame.image.load. Let me give my image path. So it's gonna be game item followed by 2 forward slashes followed by screen, 2 more forward slashes, and my win game. I will just convert it. Let me shrink the screen. I will just convert it not to alpha because it's not a PNG. Okay, perfect. And then let me transform it. So my game1 UI is going to be equal to pygame.transform.scale. I want to scale my game1 UI. The size is going to be my screen's width, my width variable, and my height variable. Okay, perfect. These are basically all the variables I'll need for my game1. Now let me go with my game lost. I'll create a game_lost variable, I'll set that equal to false. Okay, and then a game_lost_font, which is going to be equal to pygame.font.font. My font is going to be none. Pygame's default font size is going to be 50 again. Okay, and then let me go ahead and create a game lost UI. I'll set that equal to pygame.image.load. Let me give my image path. So game item followed by 2 forward slashes followed by screens, 2 more forward slashes, and my loose screen PNG. I will convert it. There we go. Okay, and lastly, let me reassign my game_lost_UI to be equal to pygame.transform.scale. I want to scale my game lost UI to be the size of my width, comma, height. Okay, perfect. I'm doing good, bro. What game is you making? Honestly, I'm making a game where like you gotta dodge the projectiles. If you get hit with it, it says you lost. At every projectile you dodge, you get like a point. If that made any sense, guys. I'm awful at explaining. Okay, perfect. Now in my game loops, after collision, let me go ahead and add a win/lose logic. So I'll go with a win/lose logic. For my win/lose logic, let's see. I'll add a variable, right? Okay, so if game_1 equals to true, okay, it's the same as if game1. If I won my game, I'll go with screen. Honestly, I gotta create a score variable as well before this. Let's go under my game lost. I'll create a score variable. Score equals to 0. Haven't scored yet, and scored is going to be equal to false. Okay, perfect. Go back here. If overlap, I don't need this for now. Collision true and game_lost equals to true. Okay, perfect. Win/lose. Okay, so if my score is greater than or equal to 10, okay, and if game_1 Okay, there we go. I'll set my let's see, screen dot blitz. I'll blitz my game one screen, so my game one UI at the position of 0 0. Okay, let's go with an else if game underscore lost. I will go with a screen dot blitz. Let me blitz my game underscore lost UI at the given depth of 0 and 0. Alright, perfect. Now let's go with an else. Let's go with my regular game loop. Regular game loop. Perfect. Okay. Else, let's see. I'll go with my player one dot move method. This is gonna move my player one dot move. There. Then I did add a move method here, right? Or is it called something else? Okay, it's called move. Okay, and the parameter is going to be keys. Okay, I did create a keys variable here. Alright, and then player one dot trap. I will trap my player in my screen as well. And then player one dot apply gravity. I'll apply gravity to my player. Did I have any other methods? Apply gravity, trap, move. Okay, those are all. Draw is for my graphics. Now let me go with my enemies. So enemy one dot projectile one, guys, my bad. Projectile one. Okay, projectile. Is this called projectile? Maybe I'll go with one. Okay, projectile one dot move or automate. There we go. Projectile one dot bounce method. Honestly, I feel these are pretty much it for my projectiles. I'll just go and change these to 1, 1, and 1. Automate, bounce, and draw. Okay, perfect. Now, let me go ahead and add my graphics. Okay, for my graphics, I'll go with player one dot draw, my draw method. My surface is going to be my screen. Then I'll go with enemy one dot draw. My surface will be my screen. This is going to be projectile one. Okay, now let me go ahead and draw my floor. So I'll go with pygame.draw.rect. My floor is going to be a rectangle. Surface will be my screen. The color will be let's see, let's find a brown color. So this is my handy RGB picker. That looks like a pretty nice brown color. That's 135, 98, and 1. So, in a tuple, 135, 98, and 1, right? Okay, perfect. Okay, and the attributes are going to be my floor variables attributes. Okay, that's basically it for drawing. Now let's go ahead and draw my screen text. So I'll go with score underscore text, which is going to be equal to my score text variable. Guys, my memory is a little bad. Let me go up and check which variable was it. Score variable. Okay, in my game variables. Okay, I gotta create a score underscore text. Collision, gravity. I didn't need that. Load images, transform. Okay, let me go with a score underscore font variable. So that equals to pygame.font.capitalize font. My font is going to be none. Pygame's default font size around 36. Okay, perfect. Now, my score text variable is going to be equal to my score font. Okay, dot render function. I'll add a text, an f string for my text. I'll add score, comma, score variable. And then for my entalysis, if that's how you pronounce it, guys, my pronunciation is trash, I'll set that equal to true. Okay, and for my color, I'll keep it to be black. Alright, perfect. Okay, and then let me go ahead with a event loop, and my event loop needs to be outside my else block, so I'll go with a comment that says event loop. Okay, so I'll iterate over my pygame event. So for every event in my pygame.event.get, this basically gets all my pygame events. I'll look for a specific type of event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, capitalized or uppercase quit, I'll set my is underscore running boolean variable to be equal to false. Okay, and then I'll go with a FPS, so clock dot tick, my FPS variable, which is set to 60. Maybe I'll add a comment here that says FPS. Then I'll go with a pygame dot display dot flip. Pygame dot display dot flip is the same as pygame dot display dot update. Then I'll go with a pygame dot quit. And lastly, a sys dot exit. Okay, perfect. Let's see if I added everything. I didn't add my win text and loose text fonts till now. I mean, yet I will add them real quick. Let me add them here. Okay, I'll go with this is going to be my game one. So my game one text is going to be equal to, excuse me guys, my game one font dot render function, a text which is going to be an f string. Let's say u1 exclamation press, I don't know, press something to play again, press or to play again, I don't know, to play again. Okay, and outside let me add a comma and go with my analysis, which is going to be set to true, and lastly my color, which is going to be black. Okay, perfect. Let me do the same thing with my win. I'll go with game underscore lost underscore text equals to my game lost font dot the render function, and let's add a text. You lost exclamation, press R to reset, full stop. Okay, actually I don't need a full stop. Okay, my analysis is going to be true, my color is going to be black again. Okay, honestly, is black like 000? Okay, there we go. Alright, perfect. I will go ahead and reset my player's position. So my player 1 dot rect dot x-axis is going to be equal to 0. Okay, and my player 1 dot velocity, honestly, yeah, let's just leave my player 1's this thing to reset and be 0. Okay, I'll go with my enemy 1 dot rect dot x-axis to be equal to 800. Okay. Okay, that's basically it, right? I add my collision logic. I didn't add my score. Okay, I added my score text. Let's just run the command and check. If I jump over the enemy, it says 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4. Let's collide now. Bop, you lost. Where's my press R stuff? Oh, was I missing something for my press R? Maybe I need to drink some water to hydrate up. I actually forgot to check if I got any comments. Oh my gosh, I'm glad I didn't. Okay, that would have been bad. I don't want to ignore you guys as well. Okay, maybe drink some coffee as well. Alright. What was I gonna do? My collision detection. Okay, so it doesn't show my font yet. Game 1. Oh, okay. I didn't blit it in my screen yet. There we go. Okay, let's blit it now. I might have to just blit it from here. Da, da, da. There we go. Okay, guys, that was kind of stupid of me. I'll go with screen.blit, my game 1 text, and the position of 0. Actually, I don't know, like, what, 100 by 300? Okay, let's lose real quick. Pop. Screen.blit. Okay. Honestly, might have to ask Sensei for this. Oh, game lost. That's game 1. Okay. For my game lost, is the same thing. Screen.blit. I want to blit my game lost text at the position of, I don't know, 100 by 300. Now, if I lose, it's going to say you lost. Screen.blit. What happens if I win? Let's change that to 1 for now. I just gotta dodge the enemy one time. I mean, I don't know, guys. Okay, let's actually ask Sensei. Let's go to Control A, Control C. Okay, let me paste this out a bunch of spaces. Sensei, I figured out how to actually. I understand now on how to add the win/lose screen ... Although I do want to add a text that says press R to reset for both win and lose. Can you help me figure out on how to do that ? Guys, my typing did increase. Oh my gosh, I didn't make much typos, just that one typo here. Finally, Vivek, you're learning how to swing the object-oriented sword properly. I'll give you some credit, but don't relax yet. You said you want to add press R to reset for both win and lose screens. Good, that means you're thinking like a game dev now. Here's how we fix it. Step 1, always show the text on win/lose screens. Right now your code does this only for lose. I did that for win as well, right? Screen.blit. You need the same for win, but don't duplicate like a rookie. Let's unify it. Okay. Step 2, reset handling. At the bottom. Okay. Did I duplicate it? I don't think I duplicated it, right? Game lost dot font dot render. You lost screen.blit. Game lost. That. It is pretty correct. Let's read the whole thing, guys. Okay, add reset handling. If event.type equals to key down. Okay. If event.key equals to pygame.k and it's R, reset game. Game lost equals false. Game 1 equals false. Collision equals false. Score equals 0. Players.reg.top left. Projectile.reg.top left. Hold up, I just realized something. Didn't I load my projectiles? Why is that my player up there? Guys, didn't I give the screen path for my projectile? Hold up. Okay, projectile, enemy projectile PNG dot convert alpha. I did that. Let's see my screen.blit. My graphics, screen.blit, projectile screen, screen.draw screen. Wait, what file is this? Object-oriented programming practice. What is my caption for this file? I imported this from here, no wonder. This is called Dodge the Balls. I don't know, guys, what file I was even playing in. Hold up, hold up. Da-da-da. Okay. Let me just shrink this a little. And like go up. Try to find that tiny error. There we go. This should be projectile 1. Guys, I'm real used to writing enemy. Okay. I'll have a yellow arrow mark on my keys. There we go, perfect. There we go, this makes much more sense. Press R to reset. I even see the R now. Okay, I was playing a different game, guys. Alright, the only thing, the reason it was leaving a trail behind is because I didn't go with screen.fill. Let me do that. So screen.fill, it's going to be a tuple. Let's see what color, because I forgot the color of my screen.fill. Let me copy that. Go here, paste it. That's going to be a nice blue color. Perfect. Okay. Wait, is that green? I don't want it to be green. And also, this shouldn't be 600. This should be my floor's y-axis. Floor.y-axis. Floor.y-axis. That's definitely going to be my floor right now, right? Bop. Minus my self dot rect dot width. Okay, minus my self dot rect dot height. All right. Okay, it's kind of vibrating there because it's stuck. So let me go to my projectile's position. This is going to be 250. There we go. Okay, it's just going up and down for now. It's not bouncing because it doesn't have much space. Okay, not because it doesn't have space, because I made a typo here. Now it should be bouncing around. Any other typos? X-axis, floor. What's my floor's y-axis? Let me go to my floor variable. Width height is 300. Let's change that to 200. What if I change that to 100? Okay, and change that to 200. Change it to negative. Actually, change that to 0. $500. Okay, it just goes up and down. And it kind of moves around. Instead of 600, what if I go with 500? That's going to be 800. Okay, that does move. I want to give myself immortality for a bit. I don't want to dodge this. How do I even dodge this? Okay, maybe I'm safe here. Okay, never mind, I'm not safe here. Alright, it does work now, it does work. But does it bounce off the floor? Oh my god. Okay, that's safe for now, and now that side's gonna be safe. Okay. Alright, I see, okay. So, okay, it's perfect. It bounces off the floor. I kind of hard-coded a number, that's not recommended, but guess I'll make an exception. Or the other side, let's see. What else should my player have? Now let's add my keys logic. So if my event dot type, right? Maybe it should go here. Let's go with the if event dot type equals to I gotta like indent this inside my for loop. If my event dot type equals to pygame dot key down, excuse me guys, if my event dot type equals to pygame dot key dot r, okay, this is going to be my reset game state. Alright, let's see. So my game lost is going to be equal to false. Game 1 is going to be equal to false. The collision is going to be equal to false. Score is going to be equal to 0. Basically, I'm resetting everything. Player 1, my object dot rect dot top left is going to be equal to, let's see, 100 by 300 is original position, and my enemy dot rect, actually my projectile 1 dot rect dot top left is going to be equal to a tuple of 500 by 200. Alright. Okay, honestly that should be it, right? So let me get hit real quick. If I hit R, okay, R doesn't work yet. And I do want to fix my self dot on my discolor as well. So what color was that? Let's see, for blue. Okay, it's 0, so that's going to be 0. That's going to be 231. And lastly, that's going to be 255. Okay, now that's going to give me a blue color. That's actually much. That looks like cyan. I gotta add skies as well. Okay. Okay, I think I should ask this part to censor. Let me say Control A, Control C, get Sutsui here. Paste it, add a bunch of space and say Sutsui. I messed up again! Exclamation. Vivek, you absolutely donkey. I mean, you absolute donkey. You almost had it, then you tripped over your own shoelaces in the last 10 meters. Look at this cursed mistake you wrote in your reset logic. If event.type equals to pygame.key down, if event.type equals to pygame.kr, you checked event.type twice. That second one should be checking the key, not the type. Right now your game is like, did you press the key? Yes, cool, but did you press key down event again? Question mark. No wonder it's broken. Fix it, burn it into your skull. If event.type equals to pygame.key down, need to ask what does that mean? I see. Bonus, you also forgot to set one for true. Right now your win screen never appears because you only wrote if score is greater than 0, screen dot blitz, okay. But game 1 is always false. Score greater than, okay. I see. Okay, let me, I think I understand now. The tiny silly mistake that I did here was dot type, maybe this can go up. If my event.type is pygame.quit, my is running is false. If my event.type is key down, okay. Now let me get hit. I hit R. R doesn't reset it. Position is 500 by 300. Okay. So if my event.type equals to pygame.key down, I wrote that. If event.key, oh, okay, this is actually kind of new. I didn't learn about this. Now my key should work. Or, okay, it resets. It resets. I gotta add my score back though. How am I gonna get a score? Okay. This works. Now one more mistake that I had was under my game loop, my win/lose, game 1. My game _1 equals to true. And if game 1, I do. Okay, now let's try winning the game. I forgot I cannot win the game without. Let's fix my UIs as well. Let that be 100. What does 200 do? $200 by 500. That's my game 1. Oh my gosh. Okay, so 200 by 500. Let's see what does that do. How high do I get it? Guys, I'm so stupid. Okay, there we go. My game lost UI should be 200 by 500. There. Now, 0 by 500. Is there a faster way to lose? 0 goes to the left, so 200 by 0. There we go. We're making some progress. 200 by 100. Bop. 200 by 50. I wish there was a faster way to lose. There we go. I'll go with 250 by 60. That should be pretty good. 250 by 60. There we go. This should be perfect now. 250 by 60. Okay, this should have been 150. Okay. There, that looks pretty good. I want to get it higher. So, 50 got it lower. 40. Does that work, guys? There we go. That's perfect. That's actually pretty perfect. Alright, let me get the same position for my win as well. So let's copy that. Add that same for my Blitz Game 1 UI, Blitz Game 1 text. Paste. Okay, now I gotta add my scoring logic. Let's add my scoring logic before my graphics. Okay, let's go with score logic. For my score logic, if not scored, okay, if my score is set to true and let's see, and if my player, okay, how do I add score logic? Because I'm not going to be jumping over somebody. Might have to ask Sensei for that part. I honestly don't have any ideas on like what kind of scoring logic should this be, because I'm not going to be jumping over my enemy. I'm going to be dodging my enemy. So go Control A, Control C. Get Sensei here. Paste it. Add a bunch of space. Sensei, that works. ... I understand that now. Although I wanted to add a scoring logic as well, but I have no idea on what kind of logic should it be, question mark, because this time I'm not jumping over my NPCs. Instead, I'm dodging them. ... So, any ideas? I don't have any ideas on that, guys. Like, I'm kind of stupid, honestly. Okay, let me just check if I'm audible. Oh, perfect. Now you're asking the real game design question, Vivek. This is the difference between a toy and a game. A scoring system Since you're not jumping over NPCs but rather dodging projectiles, we need a score system that makes sense in this context. Let's brainstorm sensei style. Prepare your brain with a sad emoji, or is that a colon? Stop scoring ideas for dodging the ball. Survival time. Class dodge, okay. Every score you survive plus 1 point. Score shows how long you lasted. Easy to implement, keeps the player under pressure. Okay, slash FPS, 1 point per second. Dodge counter. Every time the projectile just misses you, passes your X position but doesn't collide, plus 1 point. This reward a close call, harder to code but feels rewarding because almost dying. Big dopamine. Distance traveled. Every step the player moves right, 0 0.1 points. Encourages active movement instead of just camping in one spot. If keys dot right or keys dot left, score plus equals to 0.1. Multi projectile bonus later. If you add more projectiles, you can get 2 to 3 points for dodging together tougher enemies. Sensei's recommendation for now: start simple, time survive. That's not most natural scoring for a dodge game. That's the most natural scoring for a dodge game. Once that works, you can stack other mechanics. Here's how you implement the time survived scoring. If not game lost and not game won, score plus equals to 1 divided by FPS, 1 point per second. Then I draw So my question for you, student, do you want the score to be about time survived, or do you want me to guide you through a juicy dodge counter system? Nearly misses earns point. Guys, I don't know, what should I do? Nearly misses. Okay, let's go with the nearly misses one first. Let me say, Sensei, I do want to go with the nearly misses one, but we can do the time survived one first. Good, you finally started thinking like a game dev, not just a code monkey. We'll do it in 2 stages. Basic survival time, score is score easy, gets you used to updating plus showing score. Upgrade to near miss, score harder, spicy game logic. Step 1. At survive time score, right now you already have a score variable and font. We just need to increment it every frame and then render it. Inside your regular game loop, under else, add this. Okay. Score logic survival time. Then draw your score text later. Okay, so let's actually do that. My score logic is gonna be here. So score logic survival time. For my score logic, if not game underscore lost, if my game lost is set to false and not game 1, and my game 1 is set to false as well, my score will increase by 1 divided by FPS, which is set to 60 frames per second. And then under my graphics, I'll go with screen.blit, my score text, score underscore text, at the given position of 10 and 10. At the given desk. Okay, now if I run the command. Okay, you guys would be like, there are like so many numbers here. That might look cool in some cases, but let me add 2 divisions. Because 1 division gives me an integer, 2 divisions gives me, 1 division gives me a, Floating point number 2 gives me an integer, but why is the 2 divisions not working? Score plus equals to 1. Honestly, I feel like I was kind of wrong there. This gives me a lot of score though. Okay, let's go with A, Control C, get Sensei back here. Paste this at a bunch of space and say, Sensei, what if I wanted to keep the score as a integer? I tried using the floor division, but it didn't update my score at all. Oh, you tried to floor divide the poor score into oblivion, didn't you? No wonder it froze like a deer in headlights. Let me break it down, warrior. Right now, your score goes up by fractions. Okay. That's why you see decimals. If you want display only integers but still keep the fractional timing accurate, you don't touch the logic, you just format the display. Replace your render with this line, score.font.render integer score. That's genius. Okay, if you do this instead, if you instead try doing floor division in the logic, that becomes 1 divided by 60, which is 0. So you were literally adding nothing each frame. That's why it didn't update. Question for your soldier: Do you want the score to be a true time count second survived, or do you want it as a raw point system? I think timer would work for now. Let me go here. Convert typecast this to an integer. That was honestly pretty genius though. Or maybe I was just too stupid to understand that. There you go. Now it should be K2. Let's get to 10 score real quick. I can jump. How did I forget that? No! No! Hold up. Come on. Okay. Guys, I need to give myself admin. I gotta give myself admin commands for this now. Okay, I'll just stay back here. Let's change the number, I guess. Guys, I'm not cheating. This is just for testing purposes. Let's change this to 2 seconds. There. Perfect, I won. Alright, now for my UI desk, this is going to be my width and my height. Perfect. Now let's wait for 2 more seconds, guys. Pretty easy game. I kind of messed up. Oh my bad, this should be 0 and 0. Okay, there we go. Nice. If I press R, we reset. Nice. Perfect. Let me change that back to 10. Okay, what if I lose? I mean, I've been losing. Honestly, not that bad. Okay, let's go with the Control A, Control C. I want to learn the more complicated stuff now. Let's go to Sensei here. Paste it. Add a bunch of spaces. Sensei, I feel like I understand this now. I didn't want to write this in caps, guys. Sensei, ... I feel like I understand this survival system, ... I do want to try the other way as well, where we get points if the enemy passes us or something like that. I forgot. And guys, I do want to use a restroom real quick as well. So yeah, I'll honestly read this after coming and I'll be right back. Alright, mic testing, mic testing. Give me a second. Let me just pick this up here. Go to my gameplay screen. Alright, perfect. Okay, let's read. Good, you've conquered the time-based survival scoring. Now let's crank the heat. Welcome to the near miss slash pass by scoring system. The idea is simple, warrior. Every time the projectile passes the player without touching them, it's like going completely to the left side or right side depending on spawn. Okay, you score a point. This rewards dodging skill instead of just camping. Here's how we build it. Add a flag to the projectile that tracks if it has been scored already, okay, for a pass. Self.pass equals false. Alright. In the game loop, check if the projectile has moved completely past the player. If the projectile has moved completely past the player. If projectile.rec.right, if my projectile's right is less than my player's left and not projectile.pass, that's set to false. That's set to true. Score plus equals to 1, projectile 1.pass equals true. Excuse me guys, this means if the projectile's right edge is to the left of the player's left edge, it passed safely. Reset the pass flag when the projectile bounces back. If self.x-axis is less than or equal to 0 or self.rect.x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus self.rect.width. Okay, I did this. This is the bounce logic. Self.x-axis velocity, self.pass equals false. Okay, I was like, this is a new logic. Never mind, it's a pass logic. See, regular bounce logic. I just got to add a self.pass equals false here. That way you can earn points again when it... Excuse me, guys. Guys, I honestly do want to kind of blow my nose because the headphones is like kind of congesting me, if that makes any sense. Let me just hide my camera. Maybe mute myself. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, guys, the headphones are like overheating me up. Okay, so the scoring system 2 becomes survive and dodge +1. Every time the ball passes your position safely, imitate game over if it hits. Question for your soldier: do you want it to only score once per pass? Clean and fair, or should it spam points every frame the projectile is behind the player? Chaotic arcade mode. Honestly, nah. I think let me try this real quick. Alright, so for that, let's see. I gotta go to my projectiles class and add another instance variable called self.passed equals to false because the ball hasn't passed yet, or the projectile hasn't passed yet. And I will add a little bit of cheat for my player because I keep losing. My speed is going to be 12. Guys, there is actually 15. Might as well. Alright, let's see. If the game loop check. The game loop. Okay, so in the game loop for my scoring system, I'll add a if statement. If my projectile 1.right.rect if my projectile's right is less than my player 1.rect.right, actually dot left, and not projectile 1.passed, and my passed is set to true, my score increases by 1, and my projectile 1.passed is going to be equal to true. Alright, and in my bounce logic, so there we go. There, I'll set myself past to be equal to false. Okay, for my this as well, go with self.past equals to false. Okay, honestly, I don't think it should be false here. Hold up. Okay, that should be pretty much it for the game logic, right? Let me run the command. Uh, uh, oh shoot. Guys, I lost with admin commands as well. Alright, wait, hold up. Let me maybe remove that. Okay, now let's see. Pop, 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 pop. Okay. There. 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 I mean, I don't know, guys. I'll go with Control A, Control C. Let's get Sensei back here. Pasted a bunch of spaces. Sensei. It works, but it's let's see. It's a bit unfair? Question mark. Although this wouldn't even make sense. Instead, can we add a add coins randomly spawning in the screen, and every time my player collects the coin, he gets 1 point. If that made any sense, guys. Oh, now you're thinking like a real game dev, Vivek. You smell the flaw in the past by scoring too easy to exploitable. So instead, want coin spawning randomly, you must move, dodge, and grab the points. That's Chef's Kiss design. Here's how we do it step by step. Make a coin class, import random. Ooh, that's gonna be fun. Okay, self.image, coins image, self.image, scale my image. Excuse me, guys. X-axis equals to random.random. Y-axis equals to random.random. Self.rect equals to self.image.getRect center. Self.mask for pixel perfect collision, and then I draw my image. Add a list of coins. Coins equals to. So I created a coins object. Set it equal to a list of my coins class. No parameters. Spawn new coins randomly inside your game loop. Every few seconds or based on a timer, add a new coin. Import time. Last coin time equals time.time. Coin spawn delay 3 seconds. 3 seconds between spawns. In your game loop, spawns coins every few seconds. If time.time minus last coin time is greater than my coin underscore spawn underscore delay, coin.append coin last coin time equals to time.time. Okay, collision with coins. Guys, I need some coffee for this. Right where you check projectile are for coins and coins. The reason we have a colon here, guys, is because we're going to be deleting coins, like removing. There we go. Offset X. So we got to add offset X for my coin, offset Y for my coin. I see. Draw coins inside the main draw section. Boom, now you've got a dynamic scoring system. Survival doesn't give you free points. Question for you, warrior. Do you want the coins to despawn after a few seconds? I'll check that later. First, let me work in the coin logic. Okay, my brains are kind of hurting as well. Let me just check if I'm audible. Alright, perfect. So let's add the coin logic. For adding the coin logic, let me remove this because I wouldn't need that. Let's remove all the unnecessary stuff. Let's see all the unnecessary stuff, guys. That's unnecessary. This whole system here is unnecessary for now. Score text. Okay. Alright, perfect. Now, after my enemy class, let me go ahead and create another class. So, class for my coins. So, I'll define a dungeon init. Okay. And now I'll create a few parameters. Let's see what all instance variables. I mean, guys, my bad. Let's add a few instance variables. So under my guys, we have a quick little problem. I don't think that I have any kind of coins PNGs that I drew. That might not be good, guys. I have a buff potion and a healing potion. Would that count as coins? I don't know. Game potions, background. I guess I'll use my buff potion for today. That's healing potion, that's buff potion. I guess I'll use my healing potion, I guess. I gotta draw more potions, guys. I mean, more items. Okay. So I'll define dunder in it. And on top here, I forgot I was gonna go to my load images. Let me go ahead and load my image. Let's say healing potion. Healing underscore potion, my bad, guys. Underscore image. Healing pot would sound much better, which is going to be equal to pygame.image.load game game items followed by 2 forward slashes followed by was it my potions? Game potions. Healing potion. I will convert this to alpha. Okay. Now, I want to make this smaller than my player. So, I'll go with my healing pot.image equals to, I want to invoke my scale function. I'll go with pygame.transform .scale pygame.transform.scale. I want to scale my healing pot image. Let me copy that, paste it here. I want the size to be in an integer. I'll go with in a tuple integer my healing pot image dot get underscore width. Excuse me, guys, and I'll multiply that by 0.09 or 0.3. I think that's going to be smaller than 0.1. Okay, and then I'll go with another integer, my healing pod dot get underscore height this time, which is going to be let me multiply that by 0.03 as well. Alright. Now, on my coins class, honestly, let me change this to drops. My drops class, because this is going to be the random item drops. But for now, it won't be random. For now, it's just going to be coins. I'll go ahead and create a self.image instance variable. I'll set that equal to my healing pod image. Okay, and then self.rect equals to my self.image.get underscore rect. Okay, at the position, it's going to be a random position, right? Oh, I could have done something like that as well. 0.05, right? What size did I keep it? 0.03. 0.03 makes sense. Okay. Coding logic. Okay, and then I get Rex. Alright, so rect. Okay, the rect is going to be center, which is going to be equal to x and y. My x-axis, y-axis. So let me create x-axis equals to random that I just did that to import my random module. Random dot randint. Okay, x-axis is going to be random dot randint 50 width minus 50. Okay, I kind of don't understand much of this right now, but I'll get more practice. Random dot randint. Oh, let's see. So 50 comma floor dot y-axis minus 50. Now, since I'm going to be using pixel perfect collision, I'll create a mask too. So self.mask equals to pygame.mask.from underscore surface. The surface is going to be my self.image. Then I'll need a draw method. Let's go ahead and define draw. Perfect. For my draw, I will take a parameter of surface. Okay, for the surface, I'll go with surface.blit, self.image, and self.rect. Okay, perfect. Alright, let's see. Next up, I gotta create a drop. So coins equals to a list of my drops class. It's going to be having no parameters to it. Okay. Spawn coins randomly. So I gotta go ahead and import my time module as well. Import random, import pygame. Let's go ahead. Actually, let me copy that. Delete that. I like to import stuff in order. Then let me import the time module. For the time module, last coin time equals to time.time. That should most likely go in my game variables. So I'll go with last coin time equals to my time.time. I need to ask what does the time.time function do, because I haven't used the time.time. The only one I use from the time module honestly is the time.sleep. Okay, coin spawn delay equals to 3 seconds. So 3 seconds between spawns. There we go. Honestly, I might copy this and add a new comment for this. Under my score variable, I'll go with coins details or drop details. For my drop details, I'll keep this here. And in my game loop, under my score logic, I'll go with if time dot time. Okay, if my time dot time minus my last coin time is greater than my coin spawn delay, coins coins dot append my coin class connection header, my coin. Oh, my drops class, guys, my bad. My drops class. Coins dot append drops. So in my coins, in the list of my coins object, I want to append my drops class. I see. Guys, this is kind of complicating. Last coin's time equals to time dot time. Alright, coins with collision. Okay, so now I gotta go with my collision. Right where you check projectile collisions, add this. My collision logic, huh? It's right there. Okay, that's collision detection for projectile. This is going to be collision detection for drops. Okay, so I'll create a offset X. Oh, okay, I can't use offset X. Honestly, no, I can use it. Let me go with for every coin in my coins list at index of colon. This basically copies all my coins. I'll go with a offset variable. Offset underscore x-axis is going to be equal to, I hope I'm not overriding. I'm not overriding these. This is like a separate variable at this point. Equals to coin dot rect dot x minus player 1 dot rect dot x. Okay, and offset y is going to be the exact same. Offset y equals to coins dot rect dot y minus player 1 dot rect dot y. Coin dot rect dot y. Okay, and then it overlaps. So there we go. Overlap equals to if my coin dot mask overlaps with my player, this should be my player dot mask. My bad, guys. If my player mask overlaps with my coin dot mask, okay, that should be player 1 dot mask. There. At the given offset of offset x and offset y. Okay, now let's add an if statement. So if overlap player mask, coin mask, offset if overlap, I'll go with score plus equals to 1 and coins dot remove my coin, delete coins. Okay, next up, draw coins for coins and coins. Okay, now under my graphics, I'll go with for every coin in coins. I'll go with coins. I mean my. It's called coin, right? My variable. Okay, so coin dot draw method. My surface is going to be my screen. Alright, if I run the command. I lost. I can't reach and I'm too short, guys. Guys, I'm real short. Yes, it works. Okay, now I gotta fix my floor logic. Okay, I think I know how to do that. Where's my floor logic? My gravity for my player. That's correct. I don't want to cap it. When I jump, it caps. I want to keep jumping, so what can I remove? Add self. Okay, I'm pretty sure now I can jump. That added. Let's see. Oh, it looks pretty good. Let's jump. Okay, I just dipped on top. That is because what you would call it. Under my trap, I got to add self.rect.y-axis equals to max, which is going to be 0, min, which is going to be self.rect.y-axis, comma 600 minus self.rect.height. Okay, now I won't be able to jump. Alright, let me just try to jump. Oh my gosh, I gotta. Okay. Let's try getting 10 points. Guys, I literally have admin commands. I literally have super speed. I want to win at one time. Oh, come on. Alright. Yeah, this is too hard for me, guys. Okay, and then I go down to my... let's see. Event loop. Score equals to 0. Coin equals to 0. Okay, so every time I die, there's going to be no coins. Okay, let me die real quick. I mean, lose real quick. I don't even gotta lose on purpose. Coins equals to 0. Bop. Type error integer. Coin equals to 0, or I gotta go with a for loop most likely for every coin in my coins. Coin equals to 0. There. Okay, so let's count. Let's stack up coins for a bit. Okay. Oh, why are my coins resetting to 0? Okay, that is a little hard. For every coin and coin equals to 0. Shadow keys. Okay. Let's go with a control A, control C. Get Sensei back here. Paste type, which is paste Sensei. Sensei. It works, but when I lose / win, I want the coins to be set to 0. Like no more coins in the screen. Okay, let's see. Aha, you tried this for coin and coins. This doesn't remove anything, Vivek. That just sets your coins variable in the loop to 0 for a second. And then it vanishes like smoke. Okay? The list itself, coin still holds all drops. You want to clear. Correct way, coins.clear. Okay? Oh, I see. And one more question. And I had one more question. Sensei, what does Sensei, what does time.time do? Finally, you're asking the right questions. Let me break it down before you waste another minute thinking of time.time. Okay, minute thinking. Time.time is magic. What time.time does? It gives you the current time in seconds since January 1, okay, 1970. The Unix epoch, is that how you pronounce it? Guys, I'm off for a pronunciation. Basically, it's a big number that keeps increasing forever. Import time. Okay. That means seconds since 1970. Don't worry about the exact value. You just need to know it's monotonically increasing with real world time. How to use it? You save the last time you spawned, okay, coin, last underscore coin underscore time equals time.time. Then in your loop you check if time.time minus last time, if time.time minus last underscore coin underscore time is greater than spawn time delay, Coins dot append drop. That means if 3 seconds have passed since the last coin spawn delay. Okay, so it's basically a stopwatch. Key takeaway: time.time gives you the current time right now, float seconds by subtracting 2 time.time calls. Okay, you know how much time has passed. If you didn't use time.time, calls would either spawn every frame, insane flood, or never if you tied it wrong. Now, Vivek, Sensei challenge increased the. Okay, let's get Sensei here and just delete that and go with coins dot clear. Okay, this should clear all the coins. Okay, let the coins stack up. Never mind. Okay, that does clear all the coins. Perfect. Guys, is the game... the game literally can't be that hard. It's probably just a player. Wait, what if I just stand up there? Maybe. Aha. Yeah, guys, I'm trash at this. Okay, that was honestly pretty fun. What if I wanted to make this thing a bit more fun? Let me decrease my jump speed to be something like 5. And my player size, go to my scale function, my factor to be 0.03. 0.03. Or that can be 0.0. Yeah, 3 makes sense. I'll change that to 0.05, 0.05. Okay, coins are apparently bigger than my player. Oh wow. Guys, my player is my player is literally a rat. Okay, at least I'm surviving longer than I... Alright, I guess we didn't survive. Let me honestly just do that with my let's change my scale function. So I'll go with player.scale. Factor is gonna be let's see. What if I were to go with 0.1? The factor is gonna be 0.07. Okay. And I just realized one thing, I wouldn't even need this. I can just go with scale. The image is gonna be my healing potion. The factor is gonna be 0.05. There. Okay, that looks much reasonable now. No, I want to decrease its speed. It's way too quick for me. Let's go to my projectile. No wonder. Let's change that to 5 pixels per frame. There. Now the speed looks much fair. There we go. Guys, I'd easily be able to hit... okay, I gotta like fix something from there because I can't cross this place. Although, no one... Okay. I feel like I did pretty good. I will master more. I will work more on the coin logic next stream. Although I do gotta get some of my college stuff done because it's almost 6 o'clock and like I have a homework to complete. That aside, how long have I been streaming for? 2 hours 29 minutes. I think I could go for 30 more minutes. Let me actually check if I'm audible. Oh, perfect. Okay, maybe let me work some more on the coin logic. Because as soon as it's 6 o'clock, I do gotta work on my college stuff, so... Let me lubricate my lips real quick. Alright, perfect. Okay, I feel like I understand the scoring logic now. So, let's go to my practice this. Go with Control A, delete this. Zoom in a bit. And write that whole thing from scratch. Let me go with import pygame. Let me import pygame. Then import sys as well. Let me initialize pygame by typing pygame.init. Okay, now let me go ahead and add, let me change that to init. Okay, let me go ahead and add my game variables. Okay, for my game variables, I'll create a few variables. The first one is going to be clock, which is going to be my FPS controller. So pygame.time.clock. I'll add a comment that says FPS controller. Then maybe I'll add a gravity variable, which is going to be equal to 0.5. Then let me add a, let's see, collision, because I'll be checking for collisions as well. Collision is set to false because I haven't collided yet. I would need an FPS variable. I'll set that equal to 60 frames per second. Then let me go ahead and add my display. Alright, for my display, I'll create a width and a height variable. My width is going to be set to 800, height is going to be set to 600. Then let me create a screen variable. I'll set that equal to pygame.display.set_mode. I'll set my mode to be in a tuple. My mode is going to be my width variable and my height variable. Then let me add a caption. So pygame.display.set_caption. For my caption will be something like, let's see, dodge the balls and collect the coins. Guys, it's a lame name. I'm real bad at naming stuff. That aside, let me go ahead and load my images now. So to load my images, let me go with pygame. I'll actually go with my player image first. So player_image equals to pygame.image.load. I'll give my image path, which is going to be my game item, followed by 2 forward slashes, followed by npc, 2 more forward slashes, and my player png. I will convert this to alpha because it is a png. Okay, and then I'll go with my projectiles now. So I'll go with my fireball image, which is going to be equal to pygame.image.load my image path, game item, followed by 2 forward slashes, followed by npc, 2 more forward slashes, and my boss png. Okay, it's a fireball, right? So I'll go with projectiles. So projectiles, and this is going to be my fireball. What was my projectile called? Is it called something with boss? Let me actually check. So my projectiles, enemy projectile. Okay, enemy projectile. I'll go with my enemy projectile. I will convert this to alpha as well because it is a PNG. Perfect. Let me shrink this a little. Alright, next up, do I need any more images? Can't think of any, so let me go ahead and add a comment that says transform and scale. I will be transforming and scaling my images. So let me define a function called scale and add a tuple of, let's see, of image, my parameters, and factor. Factor is basically going to be the size. Okay, I'll set that equal to 0.1. This is the default. I'll set a default size in case I don't want to add factor. That's 10%. And I will return pygame.transform.scale. I'll add my parameters. I want to transform my image, and in a tuple, let me go with an integer, get my image width. So image.get_width, and I'll multiply my width by my factor. Okay, I'll add a comma and do the same thing for my height. So integer my image, and I'll get its height. So image.get_height. I'll multiply my height by my factor as well. Okay, now let's go ahead and actually assign my variables. So I'll go with my player_image equals to my scale function. Let me invoke my scale function. My image is going to be my player_image, and I don't want to like transform it. My factor can be the default factor of 0.1. Although for my fireball image, I'll set that equal to invoke my scale function. My image is going to be my fireball image, comma, this time I will add a factor. I'm not going to be using the default factor. My factor will be something like 0.7, a bit smaller than my player image. 0.07, my bad guys. a bit smaller than my player image. Alright, and then let me go ahead and add a floor function. This is going to be where my players are going to be standing. So I'll create a floor variable. I'll set that equal to pygame.rect. Okay, I'll add a x-axis, a y-axis, a width, and a height. My x-axis can be 0, y-axis can be, I don't know, 300, width can be something like my width variable, height can be 300. I will change this later. Okay, after that, let me go ahead and add my, let's see, what else do I need? I need a windscreen, okay, and a loose screen. Let me work on my windscreen first. For my windscreen, let me go ahead and go with a image. So windscreen underscore UI is going to be equal to pygame.image.load. I'll give my windscreen's image path, which is going to be my game item followed by 2 forward slashes, followed by my screens, 2 more forward slashes, and lastly my windscreen PNG. Since it's not like a literal PNG, I'll just convert it not to alpha. And now to transform it, I'll go with my windscreen.ui equals to pygame.transform.scale. I want to scale my image to be, I want to scale my windscreen UI. Let's go with underscore image, because that's an image. Windscreen UI underscore image. And the size is going to be my width/height. Alright, perfect. Now let me go ahead and create a game one. Game underscore 1. I'll set that equal to false because I haven't won the game yet. And let me go ahead and create another variable. The last variable is going to be, let's see, my game underscore 1 underscore font. Okay, I'll set that equal to pygame.font.capitalize font. My font is going to be none. That's basically going to give me Pygame's default font. The size is going to be 50. Perfect. Next up, for my loose screen, I'll go ahead and create a few more variables. So I'll go with a loose underscore screen underscore UI underscore image. This is going to be my loose screen UI image. I'll set that equal to pygame.image.load. I'll give the 5 paths. So game items followed by 2 forward slashes, followed by screens, 2 more forward slashes, and my loose screen PNG. I just realized I spelled my loose wrong, just like loose. I will just convert this not to alpha because it's not a PNG, even though it says that it's a PNG here. Okay, and then I'll reassign my loose screen UI. Let me copy that, paste that here to be equal to pygame.transform.scale. Add my image here and my size. So width, comma, height. Perfect. And then let me go with a game underscore lost variable. I'll set that equal to false because I haven't lost a game yet. And a game underscore lost underscore font, which is going to be equal to pygame.font.capitalize font. My font type is going to be none and my size will be 50. Alright, perfect. Okay, and then I have a windscreen, I have a loose screen. Let me go ahead and create a score system, or not a score system, just score. My score is going to be equal to, let's see, a score variable which is going to be set to 0, and a scored boolean variable which is going to be set to false because I haven't scored yet. Alright, and then I drink some coffee. Okay, and then let's see. I'm trying to think if I need anything else. Pretty sure I don't need anything else for the time being. So let me go ahead and create a player class. So I'll create a class called player. Now I will define a dunder init constructor for my player class, which will be having let's say 3 parameters. The first one is going to be x-axis, second is going to be y-axis, actually velocity, y-axis velocity, and lastly it's going to be a jump underscore string. Okay, perfect. Now let's create a few instance variables for my player class. So I'll go with self.x-axis velocity, which is going to be equal to my x-axis velocity. Self.y-axis velocity is going to be equal to y-axis velocity. Excuse me guys, jump. Let me just copy that to avoid typo. It is a pretty good habit to copy and paste it like that. Equals to my jump string. Now let me create images, recs, and variables. So I'll go with self.image, which is going to be equal to my, let's see, self.image is going to be equal to my player image, and my self.rect is going to be equal to my self.image, which is my player image, player image. Okay, dot get underscore rect. I'll get the rect for my image. The position is going to be at the top left, which is going to be equal to 100 by 300. Okay, and then let me create a self.mask. The reason I'm creating mask is because we need masks for pixel perfect collision. So self.mask equals to pygame.mask.from surface. Okay, perfect. The surface is going to be my self.image. Okay, that's honestly all the variables I can think of right now. I mean, all the instance variables I can think of. So let me go ahead and define a move variable or a move method. Functions inside of a class are called methods. Alright, so for my move method, I'll go with, my move method will take a parameter of keys. So I'll go with if statements. If my keys at index of pygame.k is right, if my right key is pressed, I will increase my, let's see, self.rect.x-axis, I'll increase that by my self.x-axis velocity, self.x-axis velocity. And if my keys at index of pygame.k is left, if my left key is pressed, capitalize K, left, I will decrease my self.rect.y-axis by my self.y-axis velocity. Okay, and if my keys at index of pygame.k is space, if my space bar is clicked, I will do something, and I will not be adding and my player's bottom is going to be greater than or equal to my floor's y-axis, because I want my player to be jumping up like a Flappy Bird type stuff, if that made any sense. Okay, my keys at index of pygame.k is space. I'll go with my self.y-axis underscore velocity equals to my self.jump string. Alright, perfect. That's y-axis. There we go. Okay, that's honestly pretty much it. Let me go ahead and define a apply or a trap. This is going to trap my player in the window method. So to trap my player in the window, I'll go with self.rect.x-axis, which is going to be equal to max. The max is going to be 0. Honestly, let's go with -50 because why not? And the min is going to be, let's see, self.rect.x-axis, comma 850 minus my self.rect.width. I will do the same thing with my y-axis. So self.rect.y-axis is going to be equal to max, which is going to be -50. Or actually, let's keep this 0. The min is going to be self.rect.y-axis, okay, comma 600, my vertical window size, minus my self.rect.height this time. Okay, that's basically it for my trap method. Next up, let me go ahead and define a apply gravity. let's apply gravity to my layer. To apply gravity, I'll go with self dot rect. Actually, I'll increase my self dot y velocity by my gravity variable, which is at 2.1, and then I'll go with self dot rect dot y axis, my player's y axis. I'll increase that by my self dot y axis velocity. Alright, perfect. And now let's work on the landing. I honestly don't want a landing for now, so actually I do need a landing. Okay, let's go with landing. For my landing, I'll add an if statement. If my self dot rect dot bottom, basically my player's bottom, if my player's bottom is greater than or equal to, is higher than or equal to my floor's y-axis, floor dot y-axis, I will set myself dot rect dot bottom, my player's bottom, to be equal to my floor's y-axis, and then I will reset my y-axis velocity. So self dot y-axis underscore velocity equals to 0. Okay, perfect. That does it for my gravity. Now let me go ahead and define another method for draw. This is not that important, but it's kind of fun. Okay, so to draw, let me go ahead and my draw will take a parameter of surface. Okay, and then I'll go with surface dot split self dot image and self dot rect. Self dot image is the image, self dot rect is the position. Okay, next up, that's basically it for my player class. Now let me go ahead and create a enemy class. So for my enemy class, my enemy is going to be a projectile, so I will go ahead and define a dunder init constructor with a x-axis velocity parameter and a y-axis velocity parameter. And then let me go ahead and create a few instance variables. Now to create instance variables, I'll go with self.x-axis underscore velocity equals to x-axis velocity, self.y-axis underscore velocity equals to y-axis underscore velocity. And then let me go ahead and add a, honestly, I feel like I just need an x-axis and y-axis velocity. Let me define the, oh, my bad guys. I gotta create self.image, image, rect, and mask. So self.image equals to my enemy image. So what's my enemy image called? My enemy image is basically my fireball image. I could change this to projectile class. Okay, so self.image equals to my fireball image, and then self.rect equals to my self.image dot get underscore rect. This basically gets the rect. The position is going to be top left, which is going to be equal to a tuple of 500 by 300. Okay, next up, let me create mask. The reason I'm creating mask is because I am going to be using pixel perfect collision, and for that we need a mask. So I'll go with pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface, and my surface will be my self dot image. Okay, perfect. Next up, let me go ahead and define a automate function. Automate is basically moving my NPCs on their own, so define automate. Okay, and to automate my NPC or my projectile, I'll go with self dot rect dot x-axis, my projectile's x-axis. I'll increase that by my self.x-axis velocity. I'll do the same for the y-axis. So self.rect.y-axis, my projectile's y-axis, I'll increase that by my self.rect.y-axis underscore velocity. Okay, now this basically automates my, I don't need rect here. This basically automates my NPC. Let me add a bounce as well, so my NPC doesn't leave the window. So I'll go with bounce. So bounce is going to have a bounce method. I'll add an if statement. If my self.rect.x-axis, if my enemy's x-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my self.rect.x-axis, my enemy's x-axis is greater than or equal to 800, my vertical window size, minus myself dot rect dot width, my enemy's rect. I will go with self dot x-axis underscore velocity. I'll multiply that by -1. So asterisk equals -1. I'll do the same for the y-axis. If my self dot rect dot y this time, I'll just replace the y's with x's, widths with heights, and 800 with 600. 0. Or my self dot rect dot y-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus myself dot rect dot width. This should be height. Self dot rect dot height. Okay, I will multiply myself dot y-axis underscore velocity by asterisk equals to -1. Okay, perfect. That basically bounces my NPC. Then what else do I need for my NPC? Let me define a draw method. So draw the... Okay, my draw method will have a parameter of surface. Okay, so I'll go with surface.blit, my self.image, my enemy's image, and self.rect, my enemy's rect. Am I audible? Let me check if I'm audible, because that would be bad if I'm not. Alright, perfect. Okay, and then now let me go ahead and create a drops class. So this is going to be what my player is going to collect, basically the coins. And guys, there is like a bad news. I forgot to draw a few coins when I like drew my PNGs. Yeah, I didn't draw my drop items. So I am going to be using my game potions as my drops. I'll draw something tonight if I have time after my college assignments. Okay, for my drops class, I'll define a dunder init. Okay, I want to add a parameter for my drops. Or so, what all do I need for my drops class? Let's think. I wouldn't need x-axes. I'll need an image. So under my, honestly, I could do it here as well. So I'll go with self.image equals to pygame.image.load. Give my file path. So game items followed by 2 forward slashes followed by game potions, 2 more forward slashes, healing potion. I will convert this to alpha because it is a PNG. Okay. Now let me scale it. So I'll go with self.image.invoke my scale function, pygame.image, self.image equals to my scale function, self.image, the factor is going to be like 0.05. Okay, next up, let me go ahead and create a rect. So self.rect equals to, let's see, self.image.get underscore rect. My position is going to be top left, which is going to be equal to my x-axis and y-axis. Okay, I don't have an x-axis and y-axis yet, so let me create an x-axis, which is going to be equal to... Okay, now it's time to import the random module because I want my coins or my drops to spawn randomly. So let me import random and go all the way down. Okay, equals to random.randint. Now this was the confusing part. I forgot our sensei on this part, so it's going to be 50. 50 my width. And was it -50? Yeah, guys, I gotta check the reference part for those because this was a question that I had to ask Sensei, but I forgot. Not this part. Where's the coin class? That's my enemy class. That's my player class. Where's my drops class? Okay, was it not this file? That's enemy class, player class. Not that. Player class, enemy class. Where did I add my drops class? I'm pretty sure it was this. Let's zoom out. Oh, there we go here, drops class. So random.randint 50 with minus 50. I gotta ask why we did this though. Okay, so back to my go over here, right? Okay, minus 50 there, and my y-axis is going to be equal to random.randint 50. This is going to be my floor minus 50. Okay, do I have a floor variable here? I did create a floor variable. Okay, what's my floor variable? Oh, floor's y-axis. Floor dot y-axis. Okay, yeah, guys, I should have asked that part to Sensei before I started. That aside, let me go with a self.mask equals to pygame.mask.from_surface. My surface is gonna be my self.image. Okay, perfect. That's basically it for my drops class, right? So let me go ahead and define a draw function as well to draw my drops class. It will take a surface of surface, like a parameter of surface. Alright, so let me go ahead and go with a surface.blit self.image for the image and self.rect for the rect. Okay, and guys, give me a quick second. Let me just say my sister to talk slow. I don't want it coming in the mic. Okay, perfect. Let me open my chats back. Alright, so now let me create a few objects. So I'll create a player object, I'll set that equal to my player class. I need an x velocity, y velocity, jump strength. So my x velocity is going to be 8 pixels per frame, y velocity is going to be 8 pixels per frame, jump strength is going to be -6. Okay, now for my enemy class, my enemy object is going to be equal to my enemy class, exception. My bad, guys. Projectile. The projectile is going to be equal to my projectile class. What all variables I need? X velocity, y velocity. Let's keep it relatively slower. 6 pixels per frame, 6 pixels per frame. Now for my drops. Drops object is going to be equal to my drops class. Honestly, my drops object is going to be my pot. Heal pot. Okay. Okay, this won't need any parameters. Now let me go ahead and create my game loop. So game loop, which is going to be, let me create a is_running boolean variable, so that equal to true, and then let me create a while loop. So while is_running, while my program is running or while my is running is set to true, I will create keys. Keys equals to pygame.key.get_press. This is basically my key detection. Alright, and then let me go ahead and create my collision. So my collision detection. So collision detection. For my collision detection, let me go ahead and add offset underscore x-axis. The reason I'm adding offset x-axis and offset y-axis is because for pixel perfect collision, we need offsets. Unless it's, unlike when we gotta collide two rectangles, we gotta use the collide rect function, and then we gotta collide a circle with a rectangle. We use the closest x-axis, closest y-axis, and directional squared, if that made any sense, guys. My offset x is gonna be collision detection for player and enemy. Okay, player and projectile. Okay, so offset x is gonna be my projectile object dot rect dot x-axis minus my player dot rect dot x-axis. For my offset underscore y-axis, that's going to be equal to my projectile dot rect dot y-axis minus my player dot rect dot y-axis. Okay, perfect. And then I'll need a overlap variable as well. So overlap is going to be equal to doing AABB collision. Is AABB collision like objects collision? Guys, I'm a little stupid, but I'm doing like pixel perfect collision right now. By AABB, did you mean like circle and rectangle collisions? Guys, I gotta get used to talking like programmers. I don't be talking like you guys. Okay, for my overlap, let me go with my player dot rect dot mask. This time I'm going to be using my mask dot overlap player object. Okay, my bad guys. Dot mask dot overlap with my projectile dot mask at the given offset of offset underscore x-axis and offset underscore y-axis. Go with the Control Z. Okay, maybe delete that part. There we go. So offset underscore x, offset underscore y. Alright, perfect. Okay, now let me go ahead and add a if statement. If overlap, if my overlap is set to true, and if not collision. If my collision is set to true as well, I will print boom collided. Okay, and then I will set my collision to be equal to true and game underscore lost to be equal to true. Okay, let me actually add one for my add collision detection for my drops as well. Collision detection for drops. Okay, let me go ahead and create a honestly, my healing pot is going to be a list of my drops because I want my list to randomly spawn. So let me iterate over my healing pots for every, let's go with the item, or for every ocean in my healing pot. Okay, that honestly sounds a little confusing. Let me change this name to something like drops. Okay, this will make this is more readable. For every drop in my drops. Okay, I'll create a offset. So offset underscore x-axis is going to be equal to my drops, which is going to be my drop dot rect dot x-axis minus my player dot rect dot x-axis. For my offset underscore y-axis, I'll set that equal to my drop dot rect dot y-axis minus my player dot rect dot y-axis. Lastly, for my overlap, that's going to be equal to my player dot mask. If my player mask dot overlaps with my drop dot mask at the given offset of offset x and offset y, offset y. Okay, if that's true, I'll go with, let's see, if overlap score plus equals to 1, I increase my score by 1, and my scored is set to true. Alright, perfect. What else do I need? I need some coffee first. Alright, let's see. Should I go with like an else scored equals false? Honestly, yeah, that does make sense. So else, oh actually, if overlap and if not scored. If my score is set to true, score plus equals to 1. and my scored equals to true. Okay, let's go with else. Else my scored equals to false. Okay, that's basically collision detection for my drops. Next up, let's see what do I need next. Let's go with my game mode, or actually regular game. Before that, let's add my screens. There's my keys. Give me a sec, guys, I'm recalling. Okay. If game 1, if my game 1 actually my score, if my score is greater than or equal to, let's say 10 for now. Okay, if my score is set to that, I'll set my game underscore 1 to be equal to true. Excuse me, guys. And then I'll add another if statement. If game underscore 1, I'll go with a screen.blit. My game 1 UI. Do I have a game 1 UI? Did I add that? Windscreen image UI. Okay. It's called windscreen image UI. Screen.blit, my windscreen UI. Okay, this is where I mostly mess up. I gotta change that to image underscore image because I'm reassigning this exact variable. Same thing for here. Okay, perfect. So windscreen UI image, comma, the size is gonna be my width and my height. Okay, perfect. Okay, excuse me, guys. Let me go with an else if. Else if game underscore lost. My game lost is set to true. That's when I collide. Screen.blit. Is it called loose screen UI image? There we go. At the size of my width, comma, height. Maybe drink some more coffee. How much is left? Okay, else. Maybe I had a space and go with else. Else, I will indent this whole thing inside. Okay, perfect. Nice. Else, let me go with comment that says regular game loop. Okay, perfect. If my score is this, I win. Okay, else if I lost, it's that. Alright, so next up, what do I need? Let me go with my game details. Okay, for my game details, I don't know what name to keep. Let me go with my player 1 or my player object dot move. Okay, with the parameter of keys, and my player object dot trap. The straps I'm playing the screen. My player dot, what else were there? Apply gravity. Let me apply gravity. Okay, now let's go with my projectile. My projectile dot automate, and then my projectile dot bounce. Lastly, my projectile dot okay, I won't draw my projectile here, so just automate and bounce, right? Okay, for my drops, is there something that I gotta add? Okay, that should go in my game graphics, right? So let me go ahead and add a comment that says graphics. For my graphics, let me go with a player dot draw. I want to draw my player object. The surface is going to be my screen. Then let me go with enemy not enemy, my bad guys, projectile dot draw. The surface is going to be my screen again. Lastly, let me go with for every coin, for every drop in my drops, I want to draw, so I'll go with drop dot draw drops. Okay, my bad guys, my surface is going to be my screen. Okay, that's for my graphics. Now let me go ahead and add my event loops. My event loop is going to be outside of my else clause because that's event loop. So event loop. Okay, so I'll iterate over my Pygame events. For every event in my pygame.event.get, this gets all my Pygame events. I'll look for a specific type of event. If my event event.type equals to pygame.all uppercase quit, I'll set my is underscore running boolean variable to be equal to false. And then let me go ahead and add FPS. So I'll go with my clock variable dot tick my FPS variable, and maybe I'll add a comment that says FPS. Okay, then let me go with a pygame.display.flip. This updates my display. Pygame.display.update would work the same. Then a pygame.quit and a sys.exit. Okay, perfect. Let's recall. Oh, I forgot. Let me add my scoring logic as well. So score logic. For my score logic, what kind of scoring do I want to do? Okay, so if my projectile dot right is less than, actually is greater than my player dot rect dot left. Okay, I'll go with score plus equals to 1. Okay, I'm pretty sure it was this. I might actually check the reference for the score logic because I rarely did the score logic. I don't think it's this scoring logic. This is for if I jump over my NPC. For this, the scoring logic here is gonna be there we go, it's this. Okay, this was a little hard, so I gotta memorize this part. To memorize this part, the harder part now. Let me go ahead and I gotta import the time module, add a few variables. So I do have a score this thing here, a drop details. There we go. So my last coin dot time equals to time dot time coin spawn dot coin underscore spawn underscore delay equals to 3 seconds. Okay, and then for my scoring system, which is going to be right here, score logic, if my time dot time minus my last coin time is greater than my coin spawn delay, coins dot append drops last coin time equals to time dot time. I see. All right. Okay, so let me start off by importing the time module. Okay. And under my scoring, I'll go with drop details. So last spawn coin equals to actually time dot time. There we go. Is it correct? Time dot time. Guys, I might be copying a little right now. That's because I rarely did this kind of question, so I need some more practice. So I need a reference as well. Okay, the two variables I'm going to be needing is last coin time, time dot time. So last coin time is going to be equal to time dot time, and the next variable is going to be coin spawn delay. Coin spawn delay, which is going to be equal to 3 seconds. Guys, why do I always spell spawn wrong? Okay, and then in my whatchamacallit, like score logic, I gotta go with if my time dot time minus, go here, go up, minus my last coin time is greater than my time delay, something with delay, so it was spawn time delay. So coin spawn delay, if it's greater than that, score plus equals to 1. Was it score plus equals to 1? Guys, I don't take credit for this question because I am look at a little reference for the coin logic, because I just started learning the coin logic part, so need some reference. Oh, I gotta append. Okay, I gotta append it. So I'll go with my coins object. It's not my coins object. Let's check my object name. My object is my drops object, so I wanna append my drop to my drops. Okay, I'll go with drops dot append drop. Okay, wait, is that how it works? Drops dot append my drops class. Okay, I got asked and say why did it append my drop class. I gotta like write these questions down. My drops class. Okay, and then my last coin time equals to my time dot time. Alright, perfect. Let's see if that part's correct. Correct. Okay, and then for my event loops, I had a question for my event loops as well. I gotta like write these questions down. Alright, so let me go with a if my event dot type equals to key down. Okay, if my event dot key equals to equals to what, I forgot. Oh my gosh. Equals to pygame.kr. Okay, equals to pygame.kr. If my R key is pressed, I will do a bunch of things. Game lost equals to false. Game won equals to false. Collision equals to false. Score equals to 0. For drops dot clear, player dot rect dot top left is going to be set to top left. It's going to be equal, or top left going to be 100 by 300. Is that how we added our top left? Oh, it's equal to, because it's a quark. Equals to. What if I didn't have space at all? That works as well. That looks pretty good to me. Okay, and then my projectile. My projectile dot rect dot top left is going to be equal to a tuple of 500 by 300 again. Okay, honestly, that feels like pretty much it for the whole game, right? If I run the command, I forgot to do a screen.fill, guys. My bad. I always forget to do screen.fill. Else, let's go with screen.fill. Screen.fill. Let's see if I have the RGB color for blue. Okay, so it's 0, 231, and 255. And also, this should be in a tuple. That aside, also when I go with my game graphics, I didn't draw my floor, so let me go ahead and draw that. I'll go with pygame.draw.rect. My floor is a rect, the surface is going to be my screen, the color is going to be, let's check the RGB color for brown. Go a little more there. Okay, the RGB color for brown is 145, 108, and 0. Okay, and the attributes are going to be my floor's attributes. Okay, and then let me go ahead and create a screen underscore text, score underscore text, which is going to be equal to my score text dot score text font. Let's go to my score text. Why did I import key down? Oh. Excuse me, guys. Okay. Let me go with a score text font equals to pygame.font. My font type is going to be none. Pygame's default font size is going to be 36. Next up for my windscreen font I have, lock screen font I have. Perfect. Alright, let me actually check if I'm audible. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Guys, let me lock in real quick. Key down. Is that called key down? Key down. Did I import key down here? I'm pretty sure I didn't. I didn't. Okay, so is it called key down? Key down. Why does it give me an error? I don't need to import key down. Oh, okay, no wonder. Pygame.keydown. There we go. Okay. Score.x equals to score text font dot render function. My text is going to be score and my variable is going to be score. Actually, variable is going to be integer score because I want my score to be in an integer. And then my entalysis, if that's how you pronounce it, is going to be set to true. My color is going to be black. Okay. Next up, let me go to my windscreen. Let me go with my windscreen text is going to be equal to my windscreen font, right? Or one screen. Is it win or one? Game lost, game one. Okay, so my game one font. Let's go with game one text equals to game one font dot render function. I will say something like ref string. Actually, you lost. Actually, you won. Exclamation. Press R to restart to play again. Okay, perfect. My entalysis is going to be true. My color is going to be black again. Okay, perfect. I'll do the same thing for my lost. So I'll go with game underscore lost text. Game lost text is going to be equal to my game underscore lost font dot render a line text that says you lost exclamation. Press R to press R to restart. Let me change that R to uppercase as well, because okay, might as well. Okay, and my italicus is going to be true. My color is going to be 0, 0, 0. Perfect. Well, editor, not negative 0. Okay, perfect. Oh, I forgot a really important thing. I gotta go with a. Let me just zoom it out a bit. Let me go with screen.blit. Screen.blit. My game one text. Position is gonna be. Let me just copy my old positions because I don't want to do trial and error. I already did it one time, guys. Position dest is going to be 150 by 40. Is that here? So 150 by 40. Okay, and for my game lost as well, I'll go with I'll go with a screen.blit. I want to blit my game lost text at the position of 150 and 40. Okay, that honestly looks pretty much it. If I were to run the command, although my floor is way too high, guys. Let's decrease my floor size. My floor variable is somewhere up here, right? Floor there. Let's change that to 100. Okay, that's too small. 150. Get that down to 100. Actually, I think this should be 500 to get it lower. There we go. Let's change that to 200. Maybe that to 400. Okay, honestly, that does look pretty good. Okay, I gotta add a tiny bounce up here. You lost press R to reset. Okay. What happens if I press R? It resets. I didn't add movement, guys. Okay. Did I go with my movement stuff? Let's see. Guys, and I just realized I'm way past 6 o'clock. I gotta do my college homework or I'm so cooked. I wanna figure this out before I go. Gotta hurry. Projectile, okay, automate. This is gonna be my floor. Floor.y-axis. Floor.y-axis. There. Okay. Let that be, this can be 800. There. Okay, I lost. And maybe I get my floor a little lower. Change that to 150. Nice. Get that to 350. That's going to be higher, right? Oh, no, man, it is higher. Let's get that to 250. Oh, come on, I gotta go soon. 500, how far is that? Okay, there we go, that looks much better. Up. Okay, my back key doesn't work because I messed up some of my keys here for my move. If my keys are index of pygame.key is right, x-axis increases by x velocity. X-axis increases by x velocity. There. Okay, can I jump? There we go. I can jump. I can move back. I can move forward. Why do I jump with the... Hold up. Guys, I messed up real bad here. I know I did silly mistakes. Self.image. Da-da. 5 gain the damage, gain potions, healing pot. Okay, okay. Da-da. Player projectile equals to projectile. Okay. Is running. If score. Da-da. Okay, it doesn't like blit it. Like blit it. With height. My screen dot fill, does it come before or after? Let's zoom out a little. Okay, game 1 to go. Okay, so my overlap logic comes first, then my... Okay, that does make sense. Okay, I did remember that. I don't know why did I do it first. Okay. So I have my... Okay, my screen dot fill. There we go. Guys, that's been the culprit all along. Screen dot blit comes here. There. Now wait, if I collide, there we go. Press R to reset. Now if I want to win. Come on, no, don't hit me. Come on. Oh my gosh, guys, I wanna be done with this. Hurry. There we go, score 1. Come on, go back. Ugh. No! Guys, I'm gonna be cheating a little. Let me change that to 1. I just need 1 score to win. Let's get 1 point. Let's go back. I win. Perfect, it works. Let's change that back to 10. Okay guys, I did copy a lot, but then that aside, I do gotta go like right now because I got some college work to get to like submit and everything. So let me get to my main screen. Alright guys, so I don't take credit for this question whatsoever because I did copy a little. That was because I wanted to see reference and I'm a complete beginner in this content. Okay, that aside, if you guys enjoyed this stream, don't forget to like, share, subscribe. Like helps my algorithm, sharing makes you smile, and subscribing is like a cherry on top. Make sure you guys join the Discord server again. Make sure that you guys join the Discord server, and I'll catch you guys in the next live stream or video. Peace.